feel like I spent hundreds of hours playing RuneScape when I was younger. Like, I feel like I did. In reality, I probably spent tens. Maybe. You've always wanted to watch Isle of Man? I've always been, like, morbidly fascinated with Isle of Man, and then you look at the, like, it's gotten better, but, like, looking at the body count of Isle of Man, you know what's also really fun that I like to watch every year, although I mostly like to watch it because it's on YouTube? I like to watch the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Just because it's on YouTube, and I can just, like, throw that 8-hour stream up. There's nothing like waking up at 2. You say that like you do that, right? Are you one of those crazies? You own a Saturn? There are some great games. I'm sure there are. Yeah. I have zero interest in collecting any original hardware for old consoles. It's not my cup of tea personally, but I do understand why people are into that hobby. I mean, for me, it's like records and cassettes and stuff. So like, I've got my weird old rebuying my childhood hobby. And I'm just sitting here messing with this green screen. Just messing with this green screen, man. Just gonna try doing something here. This might screw my whole camera setup up. It didn't screw my whole camera setup up. Yay! That's not true. Because I own 140 CDs. Those ain't analog, last I checked. Also, I don't collect VHS. And that's also, if I say analog specifically, that would also lump in VHS and Betamax and, I don't know, probably, 8-track. Those other cassettes that I'm blanking on the name of, that predated 8-track and reel-to-reel. And, you know, the YouTube money can be pretty good sometimes, and the Twitch money can also be pretty good sometimes, but chicken butt or corgi butt, I ain't got reel-to-reel money. Or Laserdisc money, for that matter. I can afford like a $5 tape that's used or a $15 tape that's new. I can afford the occasional $20 to $35 record. I cannot afford $800 for old radio recordings. Like, fuck that. Like my record player, which I was given for free, if I got like my nice one, not the one that I listen to on stream here, but my nice record player, which I got for free from my parents because they bought it the year they got married. That record player, if I were to buy that refurbished now from a like collector's store, it would be like $400. So it's not unobtainium, considering like there is a dude where I used to live out in Langley who is, from what I can tell, the Lower Mainland's only real source for reel-to-reel stuff. It's like a guy. There's like, I think 2 of them. There's one of them in downtown and then there's one of them in Langley. But the guy in Langley's actually affordable because most of the machines they use for reel-to-reel now are like largely custom-built one-offs because there's so little like new old stock remaining and so little of that stuff like accessible anymore that the only way to really get a functional reel-to-reel machine is to buy a broken one and rebuild it. And it's like you're I'll put it this way. I bought a new old stock cassette deck from a collector for my dad for either his birthday or Christmas. I think it was Christmas last year. It might have been his birthday. I know I bought it last year. And he bought, well, it wasn't quite new old stock. It was mint, though. It came in the original packaging. It had the manual. It had everything. And it was a Nakamichi Cassette Deck 2, which is a really nice, like, not top of the line, but, like, basically, like, the best power user tape deck you could get for the time. that wasn't like redonkulous. And because that's the tape deck that I have, which I also got for free and had to pay somebody to fix. But I bought one of those on Craigslist for my dad, and I asked the guy why he was selling it, and he also gave me like a stack this big of like cassettes that were 100-minute metal tapes, and if you know anything about tapes, you'll know that I could sell those for $30 to $40 a piece. He gave me those for free, and I asked him why he was selling it, because he sold it for pretty cheap, actually. All things considered, it was like $200 bucks, I think I gave it for all of that. And he said that he was trying to get into reel-to-reel and needed a supply of cash to buy a machine. So he was selling off all of his tape deck stuff, all of his 78-inch record, or his 78 RPM records. He was selling his older record players. He was selling all of his cassette stuff and all of his CD stuff, because he was going deep into the rabbit hole of reel-to-reel. And it's like, good luck. It's like he said he was just keeping one record player for his records, obviously, and everything else was gonna go. Oh. Shoutouts to him. Hope he's doing okay. Not bankrupt. Yeah, I mean, I was stoked. What's even better is like all of the tapes that he gave me for free were like things that he recorded off of CD ages ago, CD and radio. So I have like maybe 40 hours of this old man's mixtapes. He wasn't that. It was like he was maybe mid 50s, but I have like 40 plus hours of his mixtapes, and all of them are just like recorded 1990, recorded 1992, recorded 1994, recorded 1993, recorded in this date. All of these things. Some of them are pretty good, actually. Like, I've got one that's just a whole bunch of sets from Woodstock. I'm like, you know what? I might keep this one. That guy was Aphex Twin. Wait, what? No, it definitely was not Aphex Twin. He owns a window cleaning company, and I won't say his last name, but I'll say his first name. His name was Terry. He was in North Van. He sold his reel-to-reel stuff to get into clay tablets, and then a man with a cowboy hat and a whip attacks him and says, "It belongs in a museum!" All right. How we all doing this morning, chat? We should probably talk about things that are on-ish, topic-ish. Also, Rock Sauce, it's good to see you here on the Twitch side of things. Morning. I did see you in the YouTube chat, but the YouTube chat wasn't out. So for Sprites, I've been told you need a new world to get colors, but everything else should just transfer it, which is weird. Like, the new sprites are in there without generating a new world. They're just kind of like a pale silver without generating a new world. Did they fix quivers? They just read the patch notes, mate. Huh. Doing mad, but you resub to me? If you refresh the stream, you can use the resub. Ugh, ad? Pay to make them go away or don't complain? Complaining about ads is my biggest pet peeve because they're more annoying to me than they are to you. Because I have to remember what I was saying 5 minutes ago and then rewind. Yeah, no colors on old. I mean, there are new sprites, which is enough for me. But I'm sticking on the current world because I'm enjoying my Ford. You never finished your Forgotten Beast Zoo? Well, it's time to start a new one, Kinjen. So I will do this. Zealosaur, thanks for the 35th month. Appreciate you. Now you can quit complaining. All right, so this is the new update, right? So in order to get the colors on these, you need to generate a new world. Otherwise, you'll just have silver beasts with new sprites, which is, I'm fine with that. So these are the updates, friends. Stop the ranged soldiers from aggressively entering melee combat when out of ammo. Made ranged units step away from close enemies and try to use nearby fortifications. Ranged attackers can aim at specific body parts. Added loading and knocking states and actions for ranged weapons. More noticeable in adventure mode, probably, but will have an effect on fortress mode. Made firing take much less time than loading. Differentiated shooting and post-shoot recovery times. Added weapon-specific attribute and skill effects for aiming and delays. And added and can set ammunition, food, and drink assignments for squads. They fixed various issues with ammo being kept in quivers and ammo not being picked up. Added colorful forgotten beasts and titans, which new sprites unless you generate a new world, then you get the colors. Dwarves met with misfortune, lose their room assignments properly. Yay. Thanks, Tarn. Changed how item deletion works to fix some army crashes, stopped crash from random dusts, various other crashes, keyboard stuff, made and modded nitrals appear, blah, blah, blah. Syndromes work better, and saves are functional in between free and paid versions again. Another thing that's worth noting is you can select ammo types based on whether or not they're training. You can also select ammo types for hunters, but we'll need to figure out where that menu is. Yeah, no, they seem, so as Bozo Short says in YouTube chat, or Sort says in YouTube chat, the new sprites are super cool, definitely worth still staying in your current world. Yeah, no, totally. I think that the colors will be a nice perk, but I'm going to finish up my current fort, because I'm having fun with it. You love the vomit pools in the demo video? Yeah, it seems like whatever's going on in this fort, seems like a rough time. I don't know about this one, man. So you tried the update? How is it, Vakrock? That is a ghost, yes. They often do this whenever there's like footage in the patch notes. The fortress is always about to fall apart. I get the feeling, because Zach does these, to my knowledge. Like, Zach does most of the, like, preview screenshots and stuff. I get the feeling that whoever is recording these, I'm presuming it's Zach, but it could be Tarn, plays very similarly to how Deep Space plays. It's like, it'll be fine, kind of. It's just for the vibes kind of play, you know? Min-maxing be damned. Also, my green screen. Jesus. I've had no problems with my green screen for a while, and then today, it's just like, we're gonna be sparkly. Because I tried to change some of my settings, which is my own fault. There we go, that do it. So, folks in YouTube chat, when people ask about what's in the update, do me a huge favor. Link it, or tell them that it's in the description of the YouTube stream. Twitch chat, when people ask for what's in the update, type in !update. And also, for the people in the Twitch chat, you can type in !goal, because we have a update on the goal now, too. Next thing I want to say, to the folks on YouTube, if you love dwarfs and are mildly perturbed by elves, please leave a like on the stream. It's got 13 likes and 84 of you watching. Twitch chat, if you want to help out the YouTube stream at no cost to you, there's a link to the YouTube stream. And you could lurk over there or just leave a like or do whatever. If you want faster response times, I recommend that you watch here on Twitch, because that's where I generally stare, because the Twitch chat's generally more active, although I have a feeling I'll be looking at the YouTube chat a bunch today too. YouTube folks, if you want to help out the Twitch stream, there's a link to the Twitch stream. You could pop up in a second tab or, you know, lurk or whatever. I said mildly perturbed. We don't need to throw around slurs, my friend. Does the patch work with current saves? Yes, but you don't get the colored beasts on current worlds. So everything should work except for colored beasts. Everything else is mechanical changes. So, but you will get the new beast sprites. They just won't have colors. And then there's one other thing I got to do. There we go. Before we actually dive in, I'm just going to load this save up real quickly. This is that this is that fort where I was making Forgotten Beasts fight. Hey, chat, Twitch chat, can we get a round of beer so that we don't have to stare at this nincompoop's, like, fantasy slurs? That's fucking rude, friend. All right, let's go over here. Man, this fort was wacky. So this is what they look like if you don't generate a new world. There's a lot more variety to them, and they're like a pale silver. But if you generate a new world, they'll have colors. Those spiders look fucking creepy now. Not a fan. This answers that question, Rock Sauce. I already checked, so. Like, this is already, like, a nice enough addition, as far as I'm concerned. And then just the goat. Also, this confirms that demons don't get that, because that is a demon. So, it's just the Forgotten Beasts. Because this is a tick demon. But we are actually playing Skull Ponders, not Head Punch. Yeah, no, and this is just one of the prereqs for the Siege update, right? Someone over there? They just have a lot more detail to them. Yes. So here. I mean, if you go to the... Oh man, I also have a siege that's already here too. Jeez. I didn't even think about that. If you go to the patch notes, this image is right there. This is based on their colors. So it'll be like, you know how dwarves are different colors based on their skin tone and whatnot, and based on their hair color. It's gonna be like that. So it depends on what they're made of. If you actually look at their descriptions, it says what color they are. Like, in this world, I do have, I think, one Forgotten Beast down here. Yeah, so this thing is a gigantic eyeless moth. That's funny that it's wingless, too. It has a swinging trunk, and it is slavering. It's mahogany, so this one would be mahogany. So I guess, like, brown? Whatever color mahogany is. And we are getting attacked by humans. Let's see how bad this siege is. All right, actually, let's just turn on this. So, tantrums in this fort are pretty bad. Maybe its wings are really tiny. It's like the tiniest violin, but wings. Hold on, let me see. Do I have this? Let me check a few things real quick. Although if I can't screw this up. So let's go to here. Equip. Okay, so we now have 2 new buttons. We've got ammo. Interesting. So I guess you can specifically... So these are all of the things that are currently allowed. Oh, that's funny. It's telling me that there's 250 jagged bolts, 500 jagged bolts, 500 thin bolts, and 250 jagged bolts just on the map. But these are all the things that are currently allowed in this squad, I guess. I'll have to figure out how that works. And then supplies, you can now set the amount of food and water. I remember this being in old forts. Time to try out ranged weapons. I've been using ranged weapons for the past, like, I don't know, 10 forts or so. But yes, that is going to become a major proponent of this fort going forward. So these dwarves are going to go up here because I do have bolts up there. And then these dwarves are going to go stand over here. Did it say wingless? I don't... Did it say that it was wingless? Am I an idiot? Can I read? Can I not read? No. It's a gigantic eyeless moth. It has a long swinging trunk and it is slavering. Its mahogany exoskeleton is sleek and smooth. Beware its deadly dust. It doesn't say anything about wingless. You're a wingless moth. Yeah, that's closed. As it should be. Jet and gold. Damn right, Quendelf. I've been in this world for 15 years, so not that long. Ultranol. Not that long at all. So I'm going to start using metal bolts. I'm also going to check this. Oh, I see the problem here. You're a woodcutter. Oi, quit being a woodcutter. Snatcher! Protect the children. Another snatcher. Another snatcher. And then they all run away. Bolts go flying. Alright, well. They run away as they bloody well should. And you're going off to go pick up Swords Dwarf stuff. Good luck, Dwarf. Good luck, Dwarf. Okay, so they are all firing, that's for sure. The human crossbowman jumps away from a bolt. So far this seems like exactly the same as it was before, although this guy's bleeding. Gets hit by an iron bolt in the hand. We'll go through the named dwarves in a sec, chat. The dwarves are moving into fighting. And bolts are still flying in from the top. I think at this point, things are going to seem largely the same from my perspective. But as time goes on, it'll probably become more obvious. I am noticing that my dwarves are definitely taking more bolts. But the interesting thing is that bows are going to take more time to fire now. If you actually read into the post, it does say that bows are affected by strength now, more so than they were before, which is going to be really curious to actually notice the differences between. Because if we look at these guys, right, like this guy is like high, like he's like they don't have great strength skills. Like they're just novice, most of them. So I'm really curious of if enemy bowmen are actually going to be like noticeably worse. I've also got an overexerted dying dwarf here, which, you know, isn't too surprising. But not dead yet, just overexerted. This dwarf, on the other hand, cannot breathe because they were probably shot in the lung, right? Shot in the neck. Ah, that'd do it. And also in the head, which chipped their skull. Well, rest in peace, dwarf. There goes Aerith. Chat, can I get a round of Fs for the first death of the fort? And it seems like the traders aren't going to make it to us. And my dwarves power through, charging directly at them. Hammerface, one of my legendary mace dwarves, is in a martial trance. Also, the ghostly clother has been put to rest. That wasn't a second death. Everything is fine. But Killed with Style is also in a martial trance and in the midst of the enemy army. The goblins haven't quite broken just yet. I am going to send the dwarves up further. We're going to need to redesign the entrance of this fort a little bit, I think. That's something I'm going to need to do. But all in all, I think that went pretty well. Oh, no, there's just a few more. We're now in cleanup mode. You're wondering if aim is going to make it more lengthy by aiming at weak points? I mean, gameplay time-wise, certainly. But the idea is that they aim more consistent. The idea is that, like, the timing of aiming is spaced out better so that you actually have the opportunity to save dwarves in adventure mode. The timing thing is more about adventure mode, from what I can tell. Okay, so named dwarves in the fort are Lanix, the Baron of Skull Ponders. We also have Bonesaw. We have 5 were lizards in the fort. We've got Hippo. We've got Ashra. We've got scrolling down, Giant Slayer. We've got Hammerface. We've got Laya. We've got Pain Mother, who damn near died. Pain Mother, one hell of a dwarf. We've got Trent Reznor. We've got Sideburns. And we've got Paddywhack and Brian. We've got Killed with Style and Adam Mizuchi. We've got Gutville and Midnight X. We've got Bismuth. We've got Stormwolf. We've got Pumpy McDarius. And who else do we have? Merlin Buff. And Stormpup. And Gumbo. And dwarf naming should be available if you want to redeem one Twitch chat. Did you notice any changes in how they take cover now? No. No, I did not. That fight for me was virtually identical to every other fight that I've had. And the reason is I have been compensating for the weirdness of how this system has worked for the past. I literally can't do that, Rallies. So, because DF Hack is not running right now. So sorry, I can't save the game. You can, but I can't. Thanks for wasting your points. I will not turn that off either, or refund it. Zalvi, you want to name a beardless dwarf Zalvi? Okay. You're a soap maker. I'm not going to notice any changes until I build something that would not be affected by the old system. So I didn't... What's the word? I've been making them usable for a long time. So to me, this patch does not make ranged dwarves usable at all. This doesn't change anything for me, because I've just figured out ways of playing around the oddness of them. They've always been weird. They've always been weird with ammo. They've always been weird with quivers. The only thing that I think a lot of people have started stating, oh, this is broken, is the ammunition using up thing. But that has been like something I've compensated for a very long time. So in version 47, you used to be able to select what type of ammo you wanted. That is back now, right? So you can now select whether an ammo is used for training or if an ammo is used for combat. However, they could only carry one or the other back then. So they could only either carry training ammo or combat ammo. Now the problem with that is they would then go grab the combat ammo when you told them to go fight. And that was an issue because making combat ammo, yeah, I mean, possibly. Having ranged and melee squads might actually be a thing now. The reason we would compensate for that back in the day is because they would just start using the wooden ammo for training and then never have time to actually go get the good ammo. So we found out solutions to work around this by just letting them shoot into a trench. So part of the reason, in my opinion, that it took so long for this fix to happen is because anybody who used them was just playing that way anyway and just dropping ammo into a trench. So it's been weird. And then as far as the behavioral stuff, I am just so used to overcompensating for how they always behaved that I'm not going to notice any difference with this current setup. So we need to rebuild this in order for me to notice a difference. What I'm thinking we do is I knock down a bunch of these trees and then build out maybe some platforms that can try and take advantage of the new system. Maybe like further down even. And also, yeah, no, we'll do it. We'll do it up here on this level. I also want to, I guess, make a barracks over here for the Marks Dwarves. I also want to try archery ranges again. I want to try training ammo. So we're going to have a lot to mess around with. Yeah, so I'm not going to notice anything different for a while because I've just spent way too much time overcompensating. And if you've watched my streams in the last 6 months, I use Mark's Dwarves in every single freaking fort. Like, Mark's Dwarves are not a thing that I haven't been using. I back in the day, like 4 years ago, I was very much in the camp of Mark's Dwarves are bad, I don't use them. But I've figured out over time ways of making them very useful, and I've been taking full advantage of that for a very long time. That's what the patch notes say. But I haven't seen that yet. And also, fun fact, over the past year, I even got to the point where I would just straight up send Mark's Dwarves directly into combat alongside of melee dwarves because I didn't actually find them to be inefficient when charging into combat like a nutcase. I actually found them to be quite good at it. At least, relatively good at it. Their lemmings no more? I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go that far. So anyway, Zalvi, the dwarf, wants to practice a skill. So I'll put you into one of the new Mark's Dwarves squads. She often neglects her own well-being, having no interest in material goods. She's brave in the face of imminent danger, and she is stubborn. She has a calm demeanor and generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and she finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She does not often feel lustful, and she doesn't seek out excitement. She is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she prefers to present herself modestly. She is quick to form negative views about things, and she tends to not reveal personal information. And she's quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. You always have 5 Mark's Dwarves constantly over your front gate now? Yeah, no, totally. I mean, I've been doing that for a long time. Maybe not 5 specifically, but... I mean, if you look at the last fort I had like 9 squads of Mark's Dwarves, and whenever a dwarf would like... or a goblin would walk in, they'd just immediately become a pincushion. It was quite hilarious, actually, watching it happen. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Another thing that I got into the habit of doing over the last year that I'm going to have to see if that's still the way to go or not is I wouldn't ever use archery ranges. I would just get the Mark's Dwarves to train as wrestlers, and then when they'd end up in melee range, they'd just dodge out of the way anyway. So we'll see like exactly what this ends up turning into. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects and needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Dreams of raising a family and personally finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff and values artwork. But yeah, I would say my explanations until next week on the subject of what are the changes like are going to be null point void. I don't know. I didn't know this update was coming out until 8 o'clock this morning when it came out. So genuinely, explore yourself and let me know what you find. I have no wooden additions in my fort, so I don't know what you're talking about, Eggy Von Turbo. All right. Didn't feel anything after seeing Sideburns died? Sideburns died? What? Must have been a while ago. Why would I add wooden shooting platforms on top of walls? YouTube chat. I have bajillions of bricks. I'm gonna use bricks. Also, historically accurate to what? Humans? These are dwarves, not humans. That's silly. All right. Let me just make sure that doctoring stuff is happening. So I'm also working on a very large underground expansion for the fort, which is largely what's happening right now. So that's another thing that we need to work on. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. I said I was going to cut down the trees to get the trees out of the way because the trees are in the way. And then I'm going to add platforms above them. I never said I was going to build them out of wood. You're ingesting the word into my mouth that I was going to build them out of wood. I was just going to build platforms here. Never said I was going to build them out of wood, or never said I was going to build them out of wood. I just need to get rid of the wood so that I can build above where the trees are. Otherwise, I'll hit the trees. And also, I need to get the trees out of the way because they're in the way. Not out on itch yet. It usually takes about 24 hours for the updates to come out on itch. I don't know why you'd have to ask KitFox that. Because as far as I know, KitFox manages that side of things. You did art? Cool. And now we have to wait for dwarfs to do the dwarfs. And also YouTube folks, if you would like to name an inanimate object, I need a pickaxe emoji in the YouTube chat. The first person to put a pickaxe emoji in the YouTube chat can name something. You know, there is parts of me that are attached to the way dwarves used to be really bad at being ranged combat dwarves, Quendelf. However, I have this feeling that there will still be quirks. I don't think this is going to make them operate exactly as expected because at the end of the day, they are still dwarves. It's usually within 24 hours, yeah. DFCC. But like the patch just released. Clofi. Clofi. Clofi? Clofi. What would you like to name? And what would you like to name it? Dwarf character, exactly. If dwarves are like perfectly talented and great at everything, then they're less exciting, in my opinion. But which is why, like, when there are some things that people are like, they should remove this. I'm like, no, they shouldn't. But you know, a lot of the tasks is getting back to work. Let's also turn this off. And I'm actually just going to turn all of these squads off. Just get them all off and go do other things. Well, I probably should leave that one, but because a lot of these dwarves need to go pick up gear and equipment. Because as you can see, they need new mittens and gloves and things. Duct tape and crazy glue holding the base together. Gonna be quirks. Part of the charm IMO. Oh, no, totally. Absolutely. So supposedly dwarves that are dead no longer keep their bedrooms. So I'm just gonna have to keep an eye out on that. I'm presuming I'm gonna have to go through and reassign them one last time. Just because, like, you know, old consistency. That can just go away. Somebody toppled that. Lanix needs a new bedroom. I'm actually just gonna boot Lanix out of this one and give it to somebody else. All right. They've always been able to do that, Buckruck. What are your options? You could name a dwarf, or you could name a constructed object. So you could have a bed, a table, a door, an altar, a bridge, or a pump, or a workshop, or you could name a dwarf something. You could name it after you or something else. Are wells nameable? Yes, wells are nameable. Can we make her homeless? Why? Okay, so no, because they'll claim a new one, but Why? What? Why? Like, why? Why would you want me to do that? No. I am less of a horrible person than you are to your dwarves, apparently. I also don't know what happened with these walls here. We're also going to go over here and over here. Where's my woodcutters? There's my woodcutter. Chat, I think you all need to inform Zalvi that our goal here is to house every single dwarf that needs a house, not torture dwarves. I disagree with this anti-dwarf agenda that you have going on here. So, would you like a male dwarf or a lady dwarf, Clofy, in YouTube chat? And then the other thing that I need to look at, actually, standing orders, I think. Slaughter any marked animal. It's probably in sieges and forbidding, right? Set hunter ammo. This is interesting. So hunters can now have specific types of bolts assigned, which is interesting. So if you don't want your hunters using like steel bolts or something, you could do that. I'm also just gonna real quick go into here. I'm going to pause a whole bunch of jobs, except for maybe the brewing stuff. And those construction jobs. Need those done. No. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers? Because I don't want to stare at Zalvi's smiley no more. And also, I might just give Zalvi's dwarf away, because if they don't want their dwarf to be sane, then they don't want a dwarf. Yeah. That's all. I think that you're just a terrible dwarf, and horribly mean to your dwarves. And I think that that's a depressing state that you are trying to force upon me and the good dwarves of this Twitch chat. I'm upset and dismayed, and my day is ruined. It's not. What was I doing? Right, just waiting. Let's let them put stuff away. You just wanted to relate a bit more to your dwarf? Did you sleep in a bed last night? You'll take that dwarf? Well, I'll go give you a dwarf. Lady dwarf, please. She steals things with her teeth. Okay, claw teeth. Claw teeth. Can be very single-minded and is not readily moved by art or natural beauty, and is not moved by art or natural beauty. She is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She dislikes helping others, and she can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. She finds herself changing her mind to agree with She often finds herself changing her mind to agree with somebody else, and she is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger. Perhaps a bit foolhardily. She is very greedy, and she enjoys the company of others. She has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and she does not easily fall in love and develop positive feelings. She doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and she doesn't often feel cheerful. Though she remains put off by deliberate merrymaking. Sometimes she acts with little determination and confidence, and doesn't often feel envious of others, and is trusting. No, I think I'm done mocking. Dr. Y, if you would like to name an object, I'll let you do that, though. Not a dwarf this time. That's a bit much. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. Like, I'll give you a well named Dr. Well or something. Are shrines and mazes incredibly rare? Nope.
Crypt lurk, crypt beer.
No, they're quite common. I mean, they're tied to the rareness of like minotaurs. So if you have very few minotaurs on your on your map, then that would affect that. Brander buddy, thanks for the 56th month, mate. It's good to see you. She personally strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best, and values self-control, sees merrymaking as a waste, and doesn't particularly value loyalty, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. So chat, set the timer. How long until people stop asking if they fixed Mark's dwarves? I guess like in 5 years, people will be asking me if they fixed Mark's dwarves. Or complaining that they haven't fixed Mark's dwarves. It's gonna be one of the two. She likes giant masked lovebirds for their loving nature, the words of the North Way, the sound of the velvety incenses, and when possible prefers to consume salmon and sand pear cider, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. She's a sturdy creature fond of drink and industry, and is friends with Paddywhack. She's currently reading Reflections on Strotus. What's a Sprite? It's like a 7-Up, but a different brand. Forgotten Beasts have new sprites, which means they have new pixel arts. So if I jump to a new Forgotten Beast, that's new Forgotten Beast sprite. Also, if you generate a new world right now, Forgotten Beasts will have colors that correlate to the color that they are. So they will more accurately represent their colors now. Let's just get rid of that. Let's use day sight blocks, and that's what? Dear game, please stop making this not default. Okay. 6x6. And 6x6. Although, I should probably actually get rid of all these, just so that they don't build on top of those trees. Padinsky, hello! Can't read patch notes? Arner! Can you load it in a web browser? Padinsky? I don't think it... Wait. Isn't Wednesday maintenance day? Not Thursday? I guess that doesn't really make a degree of sense. Okay, so I'm not entirely sure why they're not felling these trees. Let's just make them fell these trees quicker. Where am I, woodcutter? Still drinking. You're both drowsy and thirsty. Well, it's the hard knock life for dwarf. Now you're gonna go sleep. Okay. For me, for lazy me video format, yes, but not right now because I stream. You know, I used to do them all in one take, not edit the audio and then upload it within like 20 minutes of the patch coming out. But last August I stopped doing that, so I will have one up probably tomorrow morning. Thought you remembered me turning woodcutting off. No, it isn't. Long time ago I turned it off. I took it off of one other dwarf that was in the... what's it called? I had a dwarf that was in a Marksdorf squad that I disabled so that they would go equip like drop the axe and go get a crossbow a minute ago. But no, I did not turn that off permanently. Forgotten Beasts have colors if you generate a new world, but they have the new sprites regardless in old saves like this one. They'll just be like a gray whitish color instead of being colored as they're supposed to be. But they're not pets, devoted one. Why would you want the new sprites to be more pet-shaped? Also, thanks, Elfie. You're doing our mock's work. Steam is having a moment? How so? I'm going to try opening Steam now. So the storefront's not loading. You are correct. But patch notes are loading for me. Okay. If I try to load the patch notes in this screen, they don't load. But if I go to this screen, they load. That must be the issue. So, like... Oh, summer sale just started? Right. Maybe that's why the patch came out today. For some reason, I thought the summer sale was over, but... How am I liking the fast update schedule? You know, it's kind of funny, because based on the schedule that they said that they were going to keep up with, this one actually took about twice as long. But that's because Tarn got sick. I mean, I've said this before, AFT and Z, I'm very happy with the current speed of development of Dwarfort. Page just crashed? That's not good. Who wouldn't want a giant spider with deadly dust as a pet? I wouldn't want that. I'm sure that Elfie would, though. Elfie probably has 2 already. Yeah, it was to say, wasn't Tarn on well? Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, Steam sure isn't working for you. Well, give it 30 minutes, I guess. I guess all you can do until then is witness the glory that is my stream, right? Also, thanks to everybody who's tuning in, by the way. Got 128 folks watching on YouTube. Don't forget to leave a like on the stream. And thanks for tuning into the Twitch stream as well. Your pets are rising up against you? This is why I have no pets, is because they can only rise up against you and not me. My plants won't kill me. Well, they might, very slowly, but currently they're giving me oxygen. It's quite lovely. Living on a prayer, bootlegger. I did make a lot of Halfway There and Bon Jovi jokes when Premium released. Well, thank you, Joshua, in the YouTube chat. They put me on monitor 1 instead of 2 so they can absorb the dwarfiness. Also, YouTube folks, this isn't a pressure thing, but I'm going to put up a goal. YouTube promotes a lot of strange things, and one of them is people with goals. So it's mostly there for the algorithm. Don't worry about it too much. Actually, hold on. Something else I want to check. Yeah, so dwarves still can't make bows. And still can't make arrows. They can only make crossbows. Not to be confused with an ITAS bow, which is definitely a piece of an instrument. Dwarves still can't make bows, so this is still like going to be focused on crossbow stuff, unless you're playing adventure mode. But, I mean, I guess you could. You know, actually, what might not be a bad idea, I wonder if you can do this. So there's another thing that was tossed in, which is under work, labor, standing orders, other ammunition for hunters. Okay, so you could set it so that hunters only use arrows. That's actually really interesting. I wonder if they'd be smart enough to pick up bows. I should try that. But I have no arrows in the map right now. Oh, I see, because it's not specifying mats. Hunters, add ammunition, arrows. Confirm. And we do have quite a few arrows, actually. And then I'm actually going to assign, let's say, 2 hunters. Because I'm really curious about what this does. I don't know. It doesn't matter so much. I think so, Starsmore. I think it's as long as it's not tabbed, but honestly, I don't know. Mostly just leave a like. That's all I can really ask for. Just leave a like on the YouTube chat. I don't own an Xbox, and I don't have a Microsoft OS installed, so... Jax Fox, so checkmate. Just put it on volume 1. Yeah, or mute the tab. Right-click mute tab is the thing that I always do. I don't actually mute YouTube videos now. I now instinctively mute tabs. I'm weird. Mute tab, pin tab. Technically leave unmuted. Okay, so this right here. I want these done first. Set the rest of this to 2. So you should go down sooner than later. Although these ones might get done first. There you go. Yeah, I mean, that's if you're moving saves between the free version and the paid version, Joshua, in YouTube chat. Because apparently saves required music triggers, which would mean that saves wouldn't be swappable between the 2 versions, which I never realized. It really says, like, how many people are actually doing that I didn't hear that at all. You think Twitch doesn't count if you mute the stream, which is why you mute the tab? You know, there's been so much conflicting information about that over the years. I don't know if that's true or not. Kirk Design in YouTube chat. And I are stupid. It's good to see you, man. How you been, dude? Welcome back to yet another day of you actually having a functional computer. Let's do 6 by... Oop, up to there. 6 by... This one further out on that side. Can make this one further out now too. Doop. So I'm 2 blocks down here. Let's go up to here and just do... one of these. And I realize that that's 2 blocks tall right now, but bear with me here. I have a phone number to block. I'm getting calls from a scam caller. It's a suspected spam number. And this is the second time this morning that same number has called me. Done. All right. Let's do this. Doop, doop. And then down here, let's do priority number 1. Get that done quicker. Also gonna drop down to here and we'll do this and this. Into this. And that. And then I'm gonna go over here and we're gonna do that. This. That. And that. I think scam calls like took off like crazy when the pandemic happened. I guess because there was suddenly just a lot of really bored people at home that needed money. I've already seen a Forgotten Beast today. So there's no new Forgotten Beast colors unless you generate a new world. But I do have this laddie sitting here. But yes, we've seen them. Someone should have clipped me going through my old fort, actually. Could somebody go do that? It's not that far back in the VOD. Budgie, it's good to see you. Is there a different way to view the patch notes? Steam keeps coming up with an error. If you don't directly... Yeah, Steam's being fucky because the summer sale just started, so give them 30 minutes so that their community stops DDoSing themselves. But if you can launch Steam and get into your game and click on this right here, you can load it in here. You just can't load it from the store page, which is all that I can link to, unfortunately. But the Steam summer sale just started, so Steam is like kaput currently. Although then Dwarf Fortress launched. Also Dwarf Fort on sale. Thumbs up. That's cool. I was curious. It seems to be like sorting itself out though pretty quick. I also screenshotted it and put it on Discord. If you just want to see a screenshot of it, there's also a screenshot up on my YouTube channel. Those are the other places you can see it. Then your library will air out. Oh, really? Okay, I keep closing it, so. But there is a screenshot on Discord. Also, if you're on the KitFox newsletter, it might just be in your email. The notes are on Bay 12 too, are they? Usually it takes a day for that to happen, but Tarn may have been quick this time. Yes. The patch notes are also on Bay 12 sans screenshots. So there's no screenshots on this one, or that GIF isn't on it, but that's the only difference. So yay. Yeah, I don't know. I was expecting to have to wait another week or two. So I'm kind of surprised that it was so quick. So chat, how are you guys feeling about the update cadence? Because people keep asking me what I think about it. What do you think about it? Do you think the updates are coming out at a decent clip? No vomiting archers, no vomiting archers. No ghost. Big sad. Disappoint. Literally unreadable. You dig it? I see what you did there, Nutty. You dig it. Some migrants have arrived as well. More cannons for the fodder. I mean, more cannon fodder. Yeah, I mean, like, the grumpy old man. Gender not important. Do you want them to actually be grumpy? Because I've got this insane guy who's been chained up for years. Actually, I don't even know what this guy's prison sentence even is. Only another 17 days. Happy because it's funnier? Got it. Okay. Let's just go with the happiest because it's a weaponsmith. Grumpy old dwarf. Or man. The old grumpy dwarf never feels discouraged and doesn't feel a hatred towards anyone or anything. I don't know where this accent's coming from. He always is in love with somebody and easily develops positive feelings. And anybody in dwarf chat from the YouTube side that would like to name a chair, put a chair emoji in the YouTube chat. The first two will get to name a chair or get a chair named after them. He always is always in love with somebody and rarely develops positive feelings. He is often cheerful and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. And he has a sense of duty. He's quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and he does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He is conflicted by this. He values artwork and its creation. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he can handle stress. He tends to present himself modestly and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of raising a family, and personally has great respect for fairness and believes that peace is preferable to war. Star S'more in YouTube chat, Gumbo the Great, and Frank HZ. And Kiddo, thanks for the Prime sub. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. Appreciate you greatly. He likes talc and silver and yellow jasper, spider monkey leather, and the color pink. The color pink, leather armor, rings, anvils, and the sound of the velvety incenses. When possible, prefers to consume papaya wine and absolutely hates large roaches. I really like that he thinks that peace is preferable to war, but is brave. Wants martial training, doesn't really care too much about other things. Is remembering rescuing somebody, and is really good friends with Bonesaw and kindred spirits with the manager. Definitely not a Karen. And I'm actually gonna throw Grumpy into the crossbow squads.
Woo.
Clockwork Dragon, thanks for the 7 months. As a reminder to everybody, this is a crowdfunded channel. So whenever you have a Prime sub that is available, do think of me, because I'm able to do this job because people keep the channel funded via Prime subs, subscriptions, tips, etc. So thanks for helping keep the channel funded. All right, let's do that. And that. I'm going to go over to here. Make these two. I'm also going to get rid of these ramps going up and down, but one thing at a time. So, Starsmore gets a chair. You can have, maybe not that one, because that one's probably going to get removed. Throne. Stars are throne. And then right next, above that, we can go with a Gumbo the chair. Yeah, there you go. And this dwarf over here is eating a pear. And you're eating a prepared reindeer spleen roast. And I'm going to humor you, Sage. Sage Throny. And just because I feel bad. Neverwinter Throne. There you go. UGDPY, thank you very much for the 26 months. It's almost a hype train. Sorry, I'm getting a wedgie right now, apparently. I shifted my movement, and it, like, twisted my shorts, and now I'm getting a wedgie. There we go. Problem solved. Fight Attack, thanks for the $10.24. That's such an oddly specific number. It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. How's everybody's favorite eyeball? And that's a hype train, chat. Appreciate you guys. Bless. I didn't sneeze. What are you talking about? I'm in a bit of a weird mood this morning. Okay. But I also think it's probably because I've just been starved for a patch for so long, and now there's a patch, and I'm like, yay! Tibbe, you are a god. YouTube chat, Twitch chat. Here's a bunch of Forgotten Beasts in a Twitch clip. I'm also going to stick this into the patch command. Especially because we're in an ad, so it's perfect timing. So, on Twitch chat, Clockwork Dragon, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. Holy shit. And the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to check this into the YouTube stream description. This is the one problem with streaming on multiple platforms, is when something that I need to add or update or throw into, like, descriptions or something happens, I have, like, 15 things I need to update. Okay, done. It's your first clip? Congrats. Welcome to the land of the Clippers. Next thing you know, you'll be cutting grass. Of what's actually changed in the ranged update? There is a screenshot of the patch notes. Blake Hamilton. On the YouTube channel, if Steam isn't loading. But the main thing is you can now select ammo types. So if I go to the equipment screen, No, it's up here. We can now select ammo types for specific squads. So the knowledge of posts, I can now tell them what ammo they are allowed to use and what ammo they're not allowed to use. I think these are the ammos they already have equipped. And then you can specify whether or not ammo is for training or for combat. But I'm going to be messing with all of this in a little bit. We're not quite there yet. I am in that process, though. We also just got a massive microwave cheese. And my noble here needs a better throne room and better quarters. So this is just some random dwarf. You're getting evicted from your bedroom. That's my mayor's bedroom. This can now be my baron's bedroom, which is good enough for them. And they need 2 chests in it. Also, apparently, dwarves will store ammunition in chests in barracks now, which is also really cool. But thank you very much for the hype train, chat. You guys are very, very kind. Zalvi, if you ask for that again, I will just delete your dwarf. So please stop asking for that. I'm not appreciating this. I agree. Fresh cut grass has a wonderful aroma. It really does. Truly does. I built that bridge and then never connected it to anything. I probably should connect it to something. But yeah, chat, can we get a round of beers for that wonderful hype train? Is the update done without creating a new world? Everything will be added in without updating the world with the exception of Forgotten Beast colors. That's the only asterisk. That's the only thing that you require, or that requires a new world gen. Everything else is current and will continue to persistently work because it's just mechanical changes, right? It should also not affect mods. The ones in my Twitch chat, I don't generally use mods. Isolani. I'm also curious, what are you going to go equip? Okay, so I found a problem. If you tell hunters to use bows, they just drop it. Or if you tell hunters to use arrows, they just drop it immediately if they're not wielding a bow. Which, that's okay, but at least it specifies. Let me see what other options I have under here. Hunter ammunition? Oh, I see. You add the weapon type, and then it shows you what's available. Okay. I mean, that's better. They shouldn't be using bows anyways. I was just curious what would happen if I told them to do that. Because bows are still a foreign item. I guess you could probably force do that with military then. Let's say bolts. Bone bolts. Wow, that's quick. Chat room, thanks for the hype train with 8 subscriptions and $10.24 in bits. Appreciate you. Hey, Sandberg. It's an artifact. Yeah, I generally play with vanilla content just to show people like what's possible in vanilla content. Oh, hold on, you're in a squad. That's actually a problem. That's actually probably the issue here.
314. Here's some pie. Had to figure out how to cheer.
Well, thank you, Grumpy. What are you picking up? Okay, so you're picking up wooden bolts. Not the one that I assigned. Running into issues with hunters. That's for sure. Let's just say bolts more broadly. That is odd. I don't really know what's going on with this. So I'm just going to turn these off for right now, and we'll worry about that a little later. Do you need columns? Nope. Nothing, unless you're like removing all supports from, okay, that's kind of awesome. We've got blood thorns growing down here. Unless you're removing all supports from something, you don't need columns. So as long as it's supported by something, it won't collapse. So unless it's floating in midair, you're good. Diagonals are not load bearing, and neither are drawbridges or grates, but aside from that, you don't need to worry too much. But Grumpy, thanks for the pie. Appreciate you, man. But yeah, the sprite that you probably saw that you didn't recognize was most likely one of the artifacts. Probably the spear one. I think it's this dwarf with the spear. Nope. Nope. Or maybe it's the... It was either the spear or it was the stone obsidian short swords that I'm using. It's one of the two, most likely. That was throwing you off. Speaking of throwing off, alright, making some more bedrooms up here. Which is going to require a roof. This might fit. Yes, so walls. Yeah, that should be fine. But I am building supports for aesthetic purposes, if that's confusing anybody, not for actual reasons for them to exist. I'm just building them because I think they look nice. Could they? No, that's not how the game works, Davi. They cannot get access to bows unless you mod the game. That is a thing that you would have to mod into the game. It's not a could they, should they? No, that's not how the game works. Bows are a foreign weapon that dwarves do not use by default. Could you mod the game so they do? Certainly. Do they? No. Could they? No. Trading for bows. Why would you do that? I have a question. Why is this still a discussion when it comes to bows? Why do dwarves not use bows anyways? Ask Tarn. I don't know the answer to this. For the same reason they don't make whips. They don't make them. I don't know. Ask Tarn. Yeah, probably little arms. I'm not the person to tell you, dude. I genuinely have no idea. You love your current fort, but you need to see these Forgotten Beasts ASAP. I'm going to make a new fort for Forgotten Beasts after this one, and that will come with a new world. But I don't know, dwarves don't use whips. Why don't dwarves use whips? I don't know, I didn't make the game. I'm just playing it, man. ...2002 was when it started Development Wisdom. So whips are human materials, which means you need to trade for them and import them. You know what, Zalvi? I have a question. Do you want me to just time you out for the day? Because, like, I don't understand the purpose of any of these discussions, really. Like, I'm a little bit lost and bewildered by... I give up. Maybe they like whips, don't yuck their yum? I'm not yucking anybody's yum. I'm just saying, why is this a discussion? Also, you've been watching this fort for the past month that I've streamed it, Zalvi, and you should know that we're using obsidian short swords because my melee dwarves are not using metal weapons. So I'm bewildered as to why this is a discussion. Super easy mod, yes. No, I mean, I got, it's okay. I cracked the egg and got the yolk duck soup. What, chains and whips excite me? Great Padinsky. Asks you to make flails? Well, that's because they're not dwarves. They fit some of the stereotypes, but then some of them they super duper don't. Xenix, because like the Tolkien stereotype is that dwarves hate elves. Whereas if you go to most of the overworld run elven factions, it's like 70% elves, goblins, and humans in most dwarven fortresses. I think that there's a lot more prejudice in Tolkien than in Dwarf Fortress dwarves. Why would you apologize for a long message, Doc? Only recently started playing this in your first time tuning in, but your YouTube playlists help you hit the ground running. No problem. With the new update, are you planning on generating a new world? No. Not until I finish this fort. I added adventurers to this fortress and the one before it and the one before that. Does that still work? It's worked since 2008. Any tips for it if it does? Make a fortress, retire the fortress, make an adventurer party, walk to the fortress, retire the adventurer party at the fortress, reclaim the fortress. Very straightforward. It's like one of the like key mechanics of the game. Welcome back, Rallis. And Lyle. I mean, hammers, axes... YouTube folks, are you guys still up? Because apparently the stream on YouTube on Twitch just went down and my internet's still up. So it's not my internet. Let me try loading it. Yeah, I have no idea what just happened. Stream just went down on Twitch for a second. I mean, I didn't even get an error on OBS. Like nothing happened. So I don't know what that was. Yeah, just refresh if you're on Twitch. YouTube didn't go down? Yeah, it's not me. Well, that's good. Because when YouTube goes down, that's a royal pain in the ass. I have to make a whole new stream and everything. To schedule it again. Twitch did stuff again? It's fine. It's back. Oh, no, it's not. Now it's gone again. Cool. Cool. Is somebody streaming with like a million viewers or something? No, it doesn't seem like anything particularly out of the ordinary is happening. They must be updating something. Did that break my VOD though? Looks like it did. Cool. 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 Mr. Blink 182. Am I Blink 182 now? Well, that's mildly annoying. Hold on, let me check Twitch status. No incidents reported my butt. It's also not, it's not on my end. OBS would have given me an error. I haven't dropped a single frame either. It's not my internet either. Yeah, I don't know what that was. Weird. Apologies. Steam's busted because I don't know why, but I'm just going to blame the Steam summer sale. Somebody hit the release button? The release button? The release button? What's the release button? Is that right next to the bees button? You just spent $100 on pens. You can't justify spending more money on games. Hey, you've got priorities. That's fine. I feel like it's getting harder and harder and harder and harder and harder and harder and harder to justify spending money on Steam sales anyway. Because it happens so frequently. They used to be like a national holiday, and now they're like, eh. Oh, I wonder if this is like an AWS thing. Or is it Cloudflare? Because Reddit, Twitter, and Steam all going down? They should just leave Twitter down. That would be better for everybody. The Copper Coven now requires a temple complex and a high priest. But just to confirm, Twitch chat, we're back, yeah? It's the Bronze Sect. Where's the Copper Coven? Creative Cobalt, Copper Coven. Good, good, good. Is there a way to slow down the calendar in game? No. I mean, you could slow the frame rate down, YouTube chat, but you can't slow the calendar down. Not like with a mod or an in-game setting. There is no way to do that. Yeah, I you can slow the game down by quitting to the main menu. Yeah, that'll slow it down. How you doing? Picture Point. It's good to see you, man. I've had you and Padinsky in the chat today. We are blessed, my friends. So how many separate VODs do I have on Twitch? Yeah, it's got to be like some sort of AWS issue. Yeah, looks like I have a 2-hour and 18-minute VOD and now a 4-minute VOD. Well, that's kind of annoying. I'm gonna have to stitch those together in post, or just upload 2 VODs, which will be weird. For this upcoming paid time off week. Well, there you go. Consider yourself reminded. What do be ranged weapon be like? What do be the ranged weapon be like? What do be the grammar be what the fuck you mean? I can fuzz. Help. Translate, chat. It do be like that. Clearly. Clearly. Ranged weapon be good like beer? I mean, that is true. What, the weapon be the weapon? They be like, yes. I didn't make it any better. I was just simply reading what they were saying and trying to speak their language. I figured that maybe converting my speak into their native tongue would help, but I don't think it did. Oh my god, that's cool. It states who the bolt is assigned to. Oh, that's really cool, actually. Can somebody clip that? That's actually, like, really cool. Now you're double confused? Excellent. Working as intended. So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to make a barracks. And an archery range. I'm going to make two things. I'm going to see if I can get dwarves training. Actually, I should put the archery range over here, shouldn't I? Yeah, I'll put the archery range there. Erase this. And I'm going to put a barracks in here. Oopsies. That's the erase tool. The barracks in here. The barracks is going to get some chests. And I'm also going to go in here and type in weapon rack. Let's, fuck it, gold. Gold weapon rack. Gold armor stand. We'll do, I don't know, 15 of each. 30 of each. And this is going to be assigned to the knowledge of posts, which is going to be renamed to the knowledge of bolts. And then we're actually going to assign a new squad. So I'm curious what the default... Okay, so this is worth noting. The default archer squad sets them to crossbows now. Because there are bows available, and half of them would always pick up arrows before. So that's cool. I'm actually just going to nuke these two, and we're just going to try using the default ones. What was this squad equipped with? Crossbow? Okay. We're just going to get rid of this squad. This one is, I think, a melee squad. Yes. We are going to reassign. Equip. To archer. And we're just going to throw in the extras. It depends on the beast person. So Omega in YouTube chat asks, are beast people large or medium? Well, like a bear man is large, and a hamster man is small. So it depends on what kind of creature it is. I'm also going to go over to military, and I'm going to type in archery target. We're just going to place archery targets there, so they should shoot that way. These two should be unforbidden. And then obsidian. I mean, it is a whole new world of colors. I can get rid of all these now. I may also have like a raised up bridge going across this way, but we'll see. Only if they're like extremely skilled. The problem with like small hamsters and such is they're so small that they can't really, how do I word this? They can't really be a threat in any meaningful way. Or rather, they're not really a meaningful threat because they are so small that they have a hard time picking up weapons. Let's also throw an offering place in here somewhere. Well, they were always colored in ASCII, so... Little Teve? They'll gnaw off your ankles? I mean, once you fall asleep, yes. They will indeed gnaw off your ankles. And I've got Engraver throwing a tantrum again. So once the value of this gets high enough, we will then assign another noble. That'll bump up the effectiveness of this. Cut gems is what I need. Let's throw that in there. Also, there's more than 3 clothing sizes, so not all mediums are mediums, and not all smalls are smalls, and not all larges are larges. The size is based on, like, if you're playing in Fortress mode, Dwarven clothes will just be referred to as clothing, right? If you're playing in Adventure mode as a dwarf, Dwarven clothes is listed as small. It depends on who made it. This fort is cool as hell. Thank you. It's pretty hot in places, too. We're draining the lava sea, slowly and surely. Slowly and surely, draining the lava sea. Actually, I've drained a lot of lava sea. I haven't been doing much of that because we're messing around on the surface currently, but we are, in fact, planning on moving down to the great depths of the center of the dwarf. I mean, Earth. So, you know, it's a pretty good time, I think. We've drained all the way down to here. And eventually all of this will drain out too. Although this layer won't drain out. Just this. So all of this will eventually drain pretty soon. Sea leaves mud? No. No, it doesn't. I keep pouring water in it, which leaves mud. That's me. That's not the lava sea doing that. That's me doing that. The spires look cooler to you when the lava's drained? It's because you normally see them when the lava's full, so that doesn't surprise me too much. Okay, so this right here is also going to store their ammunition. Same with these two's ammunition. So I'm going to set both of these to no orders. So they should go pick up equipment now. I'm actually kind of curious as to what they have available to equip. Miner is craft. Fancy pants. And Brian, do you want to know a fun thing? Elves can wear thin clothing, but dwarves can't. It's one of my favorite ones. Apparently you can also select what goes in their flasks, which is also fun. Just making sure that okay, one of them's, some of them's ends up with bows. Now, if you end up with a bow, are you going to use a quiver? That's my question. That, or what I should do, is just go here and just say ranged crossbow. Confirm. Then assign uniform. Oh, I didn't save it. Crossbow. Confirm and save. Crossbow. So now I've copied the default except specified crossbow. I don't have access to those liquids, so I can't tell you. You would have to go do the science yourself. You can specify between water and alcohol, or type of alcohol, or nothing, which would lead me to believe that if, like, hold on, let me just look at this a little closer. Supplies, 3 food, 1 food, drink, water, no water. So because it's drink, water, or no water, it does not have the specificity for that. I think that you are thinking about features that are not really designed to be in Fortress mode yet. You can force dwarves to drink it by simply locking them in a room with it. We've done that. But, like, doesn't look like it, no. Does not look like it. I would presume that that's not going to make another button appear out of nowhere, Romanoid Trell. Unless it's considered a drink, but then it's like a very low chance that, like, you know, they just go equip that drink. Like, yeah, I don't think you're going to see that happening right now. Not until they account for it in-game. Because, like I said, those are features that are not yet accounted for in the video game, so... That's probably something that will be available eventually. Blood is not considered a drink. Neither is vomit. Neither, like, they're... Okay, so once again, these are your options. Food, 2 food, no food, 3 food, 1 food. Drink, water, no water. Those are your options. If you have to ask me if blood is considered a drink... I mean, I mused earlier that if you had a well and your only water access was a well, and that well happened to have vampire blood in it, you probably could use that to force them to transform, yeah? But that's just a hypothetical. I don't have any confirmation on that. Tarn did not forget to release this update. Tarn only releases the update on his website. Kit Fox does the updating. And I've been told before by Kit Fox, and Kit Fox has talked about this before, that it takes longer to push updates to Itch for whatever reason. So Tarn didn't forget. Itch is slow. But that, and DFHack will update when it updates. Hey, Itch has like 6 employees, okay? I'd give them a break if I were you. DF is on Itch, yes. It has been since launch. Although personally, I would rather have it on Steam because then you get access to the beta branches. You don't on Itch. And it's also DRM free on Steam. So, like, people talk about Steam having DRM. No, that Steam Dwarf Fortress doesn't have DRM. You can launch the game without having Steam running. You can also copy the directory out of Steam and then launch the game. You just have to open up the game's install directory. That is a thing that you can toggle on or off within Steam, and they've got it toggled off. There's probably somebody just like uploading files and like sipping tea right now, El Dudorino. Why do they need the executable through itch to extract the data? Why can't they just do it through the Steam install? Because I remember seeing somebody in chat who works on DFHack talking about how they just need to wait for it to update for them to do that. Why would they need the itch one specifically? You didn't impress Rome on that detail? Maybe that's just where they own it. Which, you know, it's fair. And they're having a sword fight during the work hours because they were compiling. Yeah. Sipping tea while updating. I don't know. I was gonna say coffee, but I said tea for some reason. It's like, what's the holdup? Compiling. It's a classic, if you will. Whoopsies. Oh, maybe is it they? Oh, is it they need all three so that they can account for all three? Because that would make sense. I'd believe that. Oh, it's going, Avery. How about yourself? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. It's they need to be compatible with all the different versions. Look at all these dwarves climbing. Silly dwarves. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Which is the delay, as Bay 12 has yet to publish on itch. Yeah, no, that makes sense. But do note that KitFox is the one who publishes on the different platforms, as far as I know. The scholar has discovered the classification of disease. Merlin buff, making discoveries. Huh. Well, I guess I should make some choirs. How much sheet do I have? It's 17 sheet. Let's make 17 choirs. Let's also pause making copies of books. Maybe just make a single one. Yeah, 0 currently. Now you're pondering physical examination. Don't often see that. Let's see, since I'm in an ad break now. Well, that kind of sucks. A lot of people, I lost a lot of viewers when Twitch went down. That's unfortunate. We had like 300. Now I'm at 140. Gosh darn it. Why? Say Levy. A core of choirs. We're making books. I need that dwarf to write that book. And then we must make copies of that book. But no, that does make a degree of sense. Hey, chat, if you have friends that were watching and vanished, to remind them to tune back in. And YouTube folks, don't forget to leave a like on the stream if you're watching. I just have to say thank you to everybody for tuning in for patch day. It's been a quiet summer, so I've been lamenting the lack of major patches, not patches. The speed at which the game's been patching has been lovely. In order to see colorful Forgotten Beasts, if you type in exclamation point patch, you'll see this. But in order to see colorful Forgotten Beasts, you need to generate a new world. But if you want to see the new sprites without colors, there's a link there. They're just white if you don't generate a new world, which I am quite attached to this fort, and to me the ranged updates are the bigger deal here. It's funny, the sprites did update. The colors don't. That's the funny bit to me. So they did update. It's just the colors that don't. Or didn't, rather, is the word I'm looking for here. But to me, low-key, the most important part of this patch, and chat, you guys might agree with me, is supposedly when dwarves die now, they correctly get unassigned from their bedrooms. So I'm very excited about this. Very excited about this. But yeah, the new sprites themselves are already awesome, even without the colors. I think they look amazing, actually. Holy shit, look at that! That's what I wanted to see. Okay, so I'm gonna do something real quick here. Just gonna get all of these melting. There's blow darts on the map? Where the heck did those come from? We're gonna melt all of this. Gonna melt all of these. So I haven't been using metal weapons, and I'm still not gonna use metal weapons for this fort for the melee dwarves, but for the ranged dwarves, I'm nipping that restriction just so that I can mess around with things properly now. So I'm gonna start, like, smelting stuff and limiting myself a lot less. What else do we have here? A lot of picks. Sure, those are not accessible. That can get melted. Wavy faceted metal spear? Right, yeah, okay. Something else brought that. And then the last thing I'm going to do is go here, go work orders, melt a metal object. And I'm just going to say 25 when number of melt designated items is greater than 20. Which it certainly is. And they'll get to it. I have no idea. I think it's probably too early for the science on that even. I feel like that's something that we will need to figure out through adventure mode, though. Unless somebody's done the science on that, I certainly haven't. So I do not know currently. What's the issue with ranged weapons? Exclamation point patch, Frisco. Just gonna sigh. But they redid the behaviors of them, and you can now assign specific ammo. Is the new thing. Apologies for the sigh, but I feel like I've been answering the what's wrong with ranged weapons question for the last decade, and So it's really funny to see it now. Like, just that wording exactly. No. Jax Fox. That's never how Dwarf Fortress's development has worked in the past. Jax Fox question was, do you think we'll have a new patch to fix the color in old forts? 99.9999999% says 0. Chance that it'll happen. Dr. House, the diagnoser, has been taken by a Fey mood, which is funny. You have a new patch with new behaviors, content, and new sprites. If that ain't enough for you, then I can't help you. Unfortunately. Must have cut gems, etc. What are you looking for here? Oh, goes off, grabs bones. Okay, what did you just grab? Silk cloth specifically. Also wants bones. What else do you want? Cut gems, rough gems, metal bars, bones, tanned hides, silk cloth. I'm just gonna set an animal to be butchered, and I will be right back because I need to use the toilet. I will be right back, chat. It's definitely lupus. Also had to double check to make sure that my window all my windows were closed because the window washers are here. All right. Let's just keep an eye on this door for a sec. Well, actually, I'll check back in on him in a minute. But yeah, I am very happy that this dwarf has discovered the classification of diseases. Also curious as to how long it's going to take for this dwarf to write something. Because there is one writing material here. But currently you're still just pondering. Personality need, no labor, skills, knowledge. Disease classification. There you go. We've got a dwarf writing a book. Don't see that super often. Look at that. Yeah. in the year 1085, Merlin Buff discovered disease classification. That's what this that's what that pop up there, the little light bulb means. So this is the first dwarf to ever write this book. Is it going to have more than one word in it? That's the question. That's the question. So I'm going to have to see this. I think that game's been on sale once in its history. It's also not in a great state right now, so. Twitch is still being a pain on your side. Has Twitch gone down again? Doesn't look like it. Are people... Okay, who's having trouble loading Twitch? Because, like, I haven't gone off since. An offering to types of diseases. It's a manual entitled An Offering to Diseases, authored by Ushur Merlin Buff. It concerns the classification of diseases. The writing could only have been produced by a merciful spirit. The prose is not awful, but not very good either. But he's a very merciful spirit. Now, the next thing I need to do is I need to see how many bindings I have. I have 5 book bindings, so let's bind book. 5 of them. Yeah, that game basically never goes on sale. You're fine now in Eastern US? Gotcha. The video quality has dropped a couple times, but that's all. Weird. Yeah, it's got to be something unrelated to Twitch. I'm just kind of bummed out that we lost half the viewers. That's the thing that I'm bummed out about, but, you know. At least it's working. I'm also slightly annoyed that I'm going to have to, you know, acquire the entirety of the VOD and then edit it back together. Okay, so let's see how House is doing. That chat said it was something with Cloudflare because apparently Reddit and Twitter also went down. Factorio has never been on sale. I know that, like, RimWorld didn't go on sale until it finished early access as well, so. It's not too uncommon for early access games that have done well. Whoa. Hold on. So my frame rate's suddenly at 60. Now, that is weird, because the pumping of the lava has caused the frame rate to stay kind of low for a while. Human caravan has arrived. And they also brought wagons. Cool. Hell yeah. So that's kind of weird, because like this fort's been running at like 30 frames a second for a while. Why is it suddenly at 60? I wonder what changed. That's actually kind of odd. Ironically, when I got Factorio, it was gifted to me, and the person paid $15 for it, so I was in that era. Huh. I do wonder what made the frame rate better. Weird. I'm not complaining, like that's actually kind of lovely, but I'm also kind of expecting it to go back down. I'm now at 48. I realize I'm covering it, but it's been at like 25 FPS for a long time due to all the liquid stuff going on. Fascinating. I don't know. It looked identical to previously to me from the one fight that I've had. More science must be done. I think that's the same for chat too, unless somebody in chat's just like sitting in arena mode and doing science, which I'm not. But it's going to take a little bit of time to answer that question. I know that in chat somebody was saying that if you set hunters to use wooden or bone bolts, it can be a bit of a problem because they just get headshots repeatedly, and that's like the least effective way to kill something with a bone bolt. So that might be an issue. I'm also kind of expecting enemy bow goblins and humans to be worse than they were before. Well, Steam is down because of the summer sale that just started. Okay. Speaking of summer sale, Dwarf Fortress is also on sale, so... You know, in case you somehow don't own this video game yet. I mean, I would use wooden bolts as practice bolts because wooden bolts are easier to create consistently, and you also get more of them. You only get 5 bolts per bone bolt, you get 25 per wooden. But I haven't used practice bolts in, like, maybe ever, because they've never really worked in the entirety of my memory. So this is very uncharted territory, even for me, surprisingly. Okay, so humans will come in and trade eventually. Same with the wagon. This tree can also get knocked down. And I'm going to start flooring all of this. Should probably just use jet, realistically. Evidently pondering if diseases slows things down. Wouldn't that be hysterical? It's like, oh, you've discovered everything, so now game runs better. Forgotten Beast Adak has come, a gigantic humanoid composed of snow. It has a stubby tail and a bloated body. We've got a Forgotten Beast. You know, in this case, the color fits. Oopsies. In this case, the color fits. Why flooring versus pavement? Flooring has color, pavement doesn't. Roads don't have color, so like I basically never use them. And he just immediately freaking explodes and becomes a puddle. Oh, that's funny. White palette fits, yes. Yes, it do. But yeah, roads is ugly. The nice thing about roads is they give happy thoughts, but like, I kind of don't care. Is my issue. I kind of just don't care. Oh, also, we should sell those wooden bows. Mayor's conducting a meeting. Or broker's conducting a meeting. Why are you conducting a meeting? With whomst? Oh, you're having... Wait, the broker meets? I thought the mayor meets. Huh. Well, that's interesting. You can actually see the details. I think they've added more details too. There's also new pieces that weren't there previously. On behalf of the Merchants Guild that makes my greetings to your people, there's much to discuss. Also, Dwarf Redemption should be up. You should be able to name something if you want. Hello, Rum Rusher. Yeah, Rum Rusher, can you do some science on new ranged weapons for us, for those of us who are lazy and don't like doing much science? You're a resident scientist. We need you to write all the books and ponder. Please and thank you. But no, seriously, it's good to see you, mate. How you been? What should I request? That's always the fun, isn't it? Let's ask for more grizzlies. We're gonna keep going full grizzly. Why don't we ask for some pandas as well? And I'll just butcher them. We can eat some pandas. It'll be delicious. Grizzly bear. Been request. They want scepters and ammunition. Well, that'll be easy. Both of those things. Gotcha, Rum Rusher. Also, the demons are still pitch black. I was able to figure that out. Creed as well. It's good to see you. Hello. But yeah, to both chat rooms, this is a request from me to you. Truly. Am I using enhanced trade? If that's a DF hack thing, no. Also, DF hack isn't even running right now. No, I don't use any DF hack assists. I find them all a little silly. Dr. House the Diagnoser has created Ibal Turor, a gold crossbow. Oh, that's perfect. And claims it as an heirloom in name of the family ancestor, Servesh Showered Lancer. Okay, so I'm sorry, but I'm not gonna let you use that, dwarf. I realize it's, well, I could put Dr. House in a squad and then let them have their crossbow, but I think instead I'm just going to give it to a militia captain who isn't stressed. Is this dwarf stressed? You're stressed. Is this dwarf stressed? You're stressed. Is this dwarf stressed? Grumpy old man. Are you stressed? No, you are not. Okay, grumpy old man, you can have it. It's called Ebel Turor, this one. We're gonna call this one,
Senix Horatus cheered, X599.
Grumpy, thanks for the $6. Appreciate you. I mean, everybody has something that they use it for. I'm far from the best Dwarf Fortress player. I'm simply a Dwarf Fortress player who, like, I guess broadcasts himself too much. This is a gold crossbow. Our crossbow ship is of the highest quality. It is studded with gold, decorated with dog leather, and encircled with bands of giant cave spider silk. This object menaces with spikes of grizzly bear, leather, and turquoise. On the item is an image of table-cut gems and grizzly bear bone. On the item is an image of humans and dwarves in obsidian. The humans are refusing the dwarves. The artwork relates to the defeat of the Gates of Gorging by the obstinate rampart and takeover of the Village Wonder by the Blizzards of Mystery in the early spring of 411. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the generous $6?
The suited giraffe cheered, X500.
On the item is an image of Fancy Stalked, the Jailer of Deserts, the Fungi Wood Begud in Zircon. And thanks for the $5. You have to whip it good? Is that what we're suggesting, Giraffe? I should really, like, just redo this whole thing. is what I should do. Just kind of curious if that... No, it has not yet been bookified. Although... Yeah, okay, so what's the issue? What's causing that to cancel is the question. At the very least from making quires. Probably need thread. They've always been able to shoot through fortifications, yeah. Dragons have always been able to shoot through fortifications. They also can melt drawbridges, regardless of their material. So... that. Why, are you on a map with a bunch of dragons? Dragons are scary as hell for a lot of reasons. The things they can shoot through is one of many reasons why they're scary as hell. Also, El Duderino, thank you very much for the 5-pack, or not 5-pack, 3-pack of gift subs. I can count. But I'll bet you they can aim better now. Because that is technically thrown. As like how Ettins will sometimes walk up. Is it a random event? It means that there was one in the vicinity and you have an item that it's claimed. They're like thieves. They claim an artifact and then try and show up based on the artifact. So if you have a very valuable selection of items or a very valuable item, you increase the chances that they decide to show up. Those are extremely rare. I played the game for thousands of hours before I saw the first one. Before I first saw one is probably the terms I should use. Okay, so let's go to here and tell the knowledge of bolts to train here. Now, the thing that I want the knowledge of bolts to do is bolts, material, metal bolts, combat. Oh, I see. Bolts. Sorry. Oh, I see. I gotta scroll down here. Let's just get rid of all these fancy bolts, which are all there by default for some reason. Okay, so these will be for training. Wait, no. Metal bolts will be for combat. Non-metal bolts will be for training. We'll say wood, because that's what we have a surplus of. And confirm. And this is on a squad-by-squad basis, it looks like. So you have to do this for each individual one. So I'm going to just delete all of these, and then just say bolts and bolts. I'm going to pause. Say training. Oh, that's interesting. There's a specific amount. Wood bolts are for training. Metal bolts are for combat. Now we get to see this as it works, although I have no metal bolts. So then bars, I have to start making iron bolts. What did I just queue up? Iron bolt. Shoot anyone nice with a crossbow yet? We actually started off with a siege, but we're in the process of setting all that stuff up slowly. We're getting there, though. I mean, I just built one of these, and this is already functioning, which is neat. I'm also going to get rid of these. I really like that it says who it's assigned to now. So let's set this squad to, we'll just set them to monthly orders for right now. Well, they do. Okay, hold on. You only had one bolt in your inventory. Well, there you go get a new bolt there, dwarf. Literally had one. How's the hunter bow situation? I haven't messed with it much. I'm focusing on combat first. Focusing on combat right now. Oh, you're actually a very talented doctor. What's your name, dwarf? Imush. A surgeon, right? Or wound dressing, maybe? Is that considered diagnosing? I'll just make you into a general doctor. I'll see if TF Hack's updated. Give me a sec. Sorry, I went AFK for a few. Yeah, that's going to be the last thing I focus on. Was actually slowest down. The problem was with the itch.io version. They were going to wait on it. Yeah, but there's been delays with the itch.io version before, though. That's not the first time. How did Blind embark at a fort with no soldiers present? You've done it before and there was 100 humans in it. There was. And we made them all join me, or I killed them. DF hack is how I did it. But just find an abandoned one, or just destroy it, and then embark on it. I saw that on Reddit, a name. It was like 700 something of them. Were they in cages, or did they just have them in rooms? I thought they just had them in rooms. We might not be talking about the same one, but that has happened a couple of times. Most likely. But, Clino, how are you liking the patch, if I can ask? I mean, Dwarf Fortress was the same way for a very long time. Emily Dot. There we go. Dwarf Fortress used to take weeks to update DFHack. But these days, it's like more or less within hours, sometimes a day of a patch. So. But mods generally maintain compatibility unless they require specific DF hack features. It's actually very rare for Dwarf Fortress to break save compatibility. Like, we had compatible saves from, like, and I don't mean things like, oh, you need to generate a new world to get this feature. Obviously, there's some things that won't be available in your worlds, but you could keep playing the same save from 2014 until 2022. I don't think we've had like a hard break since then either, so. All right, DFHack's updated, everybody. Go update your DFHack, chat. Chat, is there any part of this patch that you are most enthused by? Or most excited to mess around with? I'm really keen to try out this combat stuff. But it is going to take a little bit for me to get there. I'm going to just buy these flasks, because they're there. Did they bring any interesting things in cages? Nope. Don't need the black mamba venom. Don't need the black mamba venom. The rest of that can be traded for. I'm going to grab all that cloth. Oh, that's going to give them a trader loss. Never mind. I'm not going to buy all that cloth. Instead of buying that cloth, I will buy those bolts, though. And I will just specifically seek out silk. Just because... Oh, wait. Did they not bring any silk? Oh, they didn't bring any silk. Well, geez. So much for that dream. And the cheese. And quivers. Silver meat cleaver. I love it when they bring random stuff like that. Wow. I'm kind of amazed that they did that trade. It's usually because they're encrusted with something fancy. Or that type of item is rare. For one reason or another. Now the frame rate's down again. Funky. We're in an ad break right now, so I will pause. You didn't get the chance to download in testing or to download the testing or release so far. DFAC folks are in the same secret chat. I really wish that they would let me into the secret chat so that I could have updates ready day and date, but you know, I'm not that cool. I had somebody a couple weeks ago in my YouTube comments complaining that I was privileged for some reason because I got like stuff early. I'm like, wait, what are you smoking? I don't get things early. I got the release version of the game early, but that's it. It's like the one time I've gotten something early. I got adventure mode like a week before other people. Not even, it was like 4 days, I think. Yeah, I mean, you could always do mixed melee and ranged squads, but they should be less fiddly now, ideally. I don't know why you'd want to do that, though. Like, is there a particular reason you would want to have mixed ranged and melee squads? Like, I can't really think of a reason to do that. I don't know, I feel like I want the specificity with who go where, but I'd be curious to know how it works out. You're curious how much damage someone with Giga Strength can do with a bow in adventure mode, since it does scale with that too. Probably insta-gib. I mean, you could insta-gib people with a bow before, so probably just like the goblin becomes a cloud of mist. So you are practicing with archery and you're using wood bolts for that. Yeah. Seems to work just fine. But I also don't have metal bolts yet, so. Then they go do individual combat drills over here. This dwarf just has the bronze bolts equipped, and I guess isn't going to go practice archery. How about you? You don't have anything equipped yet? No, Volteg needs to be memorialized. I got to do that. Super forgot that. Let's set these dwarves to monthly training as well. I currently are melting a metal object. Because we've only forged one iron bolt. Patrol routes are a lot of fun to mess around with, so I will recommend that you mess around with patrol routes. Patrol routes are one of my favorite things to do, especially for caverns. Although you do have to be a little bit cautious with, like, making dwarves super burnt out and beat. So let's do quartzite for these. So yeah, just be a little bit wary about exhausting your dwarves. I like to make archer towers. I mean, that's kind of what I'm doing. I used to always put battlements on my walls. Not so much archer towers per se, but I'm also going to get rid of this. And that. Those are glass furnaces. That's granite. That's dacite. I'm just going to deconstruct all of this. Because I need to redo all of this anyway. When cave dwellers return, I don't know how much I'm looking forward to the cave dwellers quote-unquote returning. I'm kind of happy with them gone, to be honest, but I suppose. You like being able to land headshots with an adventure in a ranged playstyle now? Yeah, I mean, it'll be curious to do some more adventure mode stuff at some point. That's also for sure. Although this is going to need a very different pattern from the other one. Yeah, I guess we'll have to do it that way. I just want cave dwellers that make sense. As long as they make sense, I'm okay with them. They just didn't make sense before. If you look in the description of the stream, Square Doodad, there's a ton. There's only one on the map right now, but there's a clip in the description of the YouTube stream. And on Twitch, if anybody's curious about this clip, you can find it by typing ! patch. It doesn't read like throwing got nerfed. If anything, it seems like throwing got buffed. It seems like everything else got buffed, actually. Well, throwing got buffed because you can aim now, but it doesn't look like it got nerfed. Now, the asterisk is if you want them to have the new colors, you need to generate a new world. But you get the new sprites regardless. I don't know what that is. Java slap nerved Josh in YouTube chat. I don't know what that is. So no. Are those Mayan swords? Oh, am I using like stone swords? These? Well, they're obsidian short swords. So yes, those are stone swords. Correct. I didn't know that. I didn't know what that word was. Yeah, that's the problem with cave dwellers. Like I like cave dwellers in theory. I didn't like the way they were implemented. So I am cautiously optimistic about them returning. I'll put it that way. Cautiously optimistic. But emphasis on the caution. De-emphasis on the optimism, I guess. Oh, no, I completely agree with that. But I don't know if those are simple needs. Clino, you of all people probably know that better than many. I'm not positive those are definable as quote-unquote simple. Needs, certainly. But simple? I don't know about that, man. Many of these things have been discussed many a time, Vukruk. I don't know. I just want their attacks to be logical. I also, to be fair, want surface attacks to be logical as well. The issue with the Cavern Dweller attacks is they ambushed like elves with no way to actually defeat them, and without any kind of schedule. The elves ambushes are fine because there's like some semblance of a schedule to it. But unless there's a schedule to it, like or like there's some logic behind it, it just kind of sucks. So honestly, to me, they just kind of suck. I'm putting chains out here so that I can put maybe bear cubs. So now the question is, should I leave there no roof to see if the dwarves jump off? I guess I should, hey? Feels pleasure after practicing at the archery target. Wow, you're focused. I don't see that very often. That's impressive. For science, splat. Yeah. For science, woo! I might put a roof over this section just because I think it'll look better, but sure, we can do that. Although we did have a dwarf jump off the wall like the other day, so. Actually, let's just do it this way. Let's do walls. Floors around the edges. Get rid of everything in the middle. Yeah, we'll just let that be as is. Although I should probably put a ramp there and a ramp there. But yeah, we must do no roof for maximum testing purposes. I can also get rid of this door. It's a bit redundant. I'm also kind of curious as to how many bolts will end up in these. It's like the iron... it seems like the bolts just get delivered here. I'm seeing dwarves that aren't part of the squads actually delivering these bolts, which is cool. That's really neat, actually. Like, that's really neat, actually. No, this is all new. Well, okay. They would sometimes do it before, but it would usually just cause them to repeatedly drop and pick up their ammo. But no, this is all new. This is all new. And then another thing that's new is if you go into a squad, you can now... This is done on a squad-by-squad basis, because I don't think you can open this menu with multiple squads up. No, you can't. So this is on a squad-by-squad basis, but you can assign different materials of ammo and what it's used for. So they only use combat... They use metal bolts for combat, and they use wooden bolts for non-combat. So for training purposes. Amount of... Oh no, do I have to select specific types of... Oh boy. Hmm. Is it possible to just say wooden bolts? Yeah, it's just bolts, jagged bolts, thin bolts. Could just do it seasonally. Aardvark man gut. Yes, thanks, game. Abe bows are a type of musical instrument piece. I guess I would have to specify a specific type of wood. Beer plus BBQ? What'd you have in the BBQ? Yeah, there is. That's also new in the patch notes, Jan Mort. Although be cautious with it because I saw dwarves picking up and dropping ammo. More experimenting must need to be done. I would like to know exactly what the result is. I mean, fungi wood is probably the smartest one because you get more out of it, but... I always find limitations with this system that mildly frustrate me. I'm just going to do it this way. I'm not going to specify material type and just do it quarterly. And then they'll just use them up for training purposes and then just make more. We'll just do it that way. So I'll just do seasonally and just do 50 seasonally. We'll just do it that way. And also, whoa, hold up. Am I... I'm not processing plants. That's a problem. It's like, why am I out of thread? And that's, well, figured it out. I'm not sure, because I only did it once and saw an issue and then stopped doing it, so I'm not gonna go start stating that I found a bug yet. We'll see. Maybe. It's certainly possible. But, it's possible. Yeah, I don't know just yet. Curious. I don't want to use this stairwell anymore. And it kind of sucks having to use it. So I want to use this, basically, to get down into here. So let's go to here. Then let's go to stairs. But I mean, I guarantee you we'll find stuff that needs to be fixed. It won't take very long either. Also I want to deconstruct all of this. But yeah, we'll have to mess around with the set hunter ammunition as well. That is also something we definitely need to fiddle around with and see what the limitations are on it. But that's going to be, you know, like the next week or so of streams probably, because there's a lot of variables with the new stuff now, which is exciting. I think everybody should be somewhat excited for this. Even if you hate this game, you should be excited for this, because at the very least, we'll leave you alone for a while. Yeah, I don't know about you, chat, but I've been... This is just a patch I've been waiting on now for so long that I'm just kind of stoked. Just kind of... No other details there. No elaborations, no details, just excited. Just excited. Square Doodle in YouTube chat says, that feeling when you order your dwarves to be bowmen and they show up with violins. I mean, Brave Sir Robin something or another? So now I've got my guard bears, my watch bears. Let's also check these two. So I guess a dwarf with green ammo now means that they have combat bolts. That's curious. But it doesn't show that they have the training bolts. Now I wonder why that is. The harp bow from Elden Ring. Is there like a troll bow in Elden Ring? Because that would be pretty funny. Oh, it just looks like a harp. Got it. Okay, so I'm going to call this Watch Bear. And whenever they get their name, I will then train the Watch Bears for hunting. Because Watch Bears, or hunting trained animals, have a higher line of sight. Although I guess I could just type in chain. Yes. So I will set them for hunting. Because they have a better line of sight when they're set as hunting. Also, chat room. I said this a bunch yesterday, and unfortunately, because Twitch went offline earlier, and I lost a lot of people chatting, the best way that you can help out a stream like this is just by talking, keeping that chat moving. It's been 5 minutes several times, and more than 10 minutes in the YouTube chat since somebody said something. So if we can keep the chat moving, that is actually one of the best ways that you can help me. If you're working, don't worry about it. But at the same time, if you're around, discussion is helpful more than anything. You're eating? What you chewing on? If I can ask. Otherwise, keep chewing. Please don't choke. Yes, Fancy Pants. You're installing new muffs on your headphones? Stupid pose. Hey, at least they let you install new muffs on your headphones. Watch Bear. Chat, I've got one Watch Bear, and the other one's going to be Bear Watch. I can't think of a better name for them. So, got Watch Bear and Bear Watch. And I will geld Bear Watch. I mean, we need a Cocaine Bear border guard to catch Cocaine Bear in the act of all the cocaine that Cocaine Bear was doing. I've also got some starving elephants. because Bobby Kotick is hungry since growing up. I'm sorry, what? Oh, shit. What? Oh! Forgotten Beast managed to get into my fort finally. I've been wondering when this is going to happen. So there's a Forgotten Beast in my fortress. This thing has had access to the fortress for the last, 5 hours. And it finally decided to come in. It's also bleeding very heavily and fighting with a dwarf who has a pickaxe named Cogsack, who's now numb. Who is still fighting with it, now winded and seriously injured. I'm just going to set all of these squads to ready. And it appears I didn't need to do that. Cogsack, hair brass, managed to kill it. What was the last hit that he got in on it? I think it hit itself. He managed to strike in the abdomen, which tore the guts. And its extract appears to be everywhere. This dwarf is now winded and cannot breathe and is fully numb. Still cannot breathe and is completely numb. That's a pretty bad dust. Chat, can I get some Fs for this poor miner who's about to pass? You were a hero. Hairbrass was your last name? Gold statue. 1. Gonna make a statue of this dwarf. Such a great achievement that you pulled off at the very end of your life, dwarf. Also, a weaponsmith has been found dead. Who most likely also just got the dust on them. I'm also going to need to go up here. I think it's right there. Yep. Oh boy. Just gonna start making more coffins. Seems like Unib here was found dead as well, but that's unrelated. That's a tantrum-related killing. Of course, it's Killed with Style who's doing it again. That dwarf has been tantruming for a bit. Maybe don't get covered in that extract, though. That stuff seems dangerous. Sideburns has been found dead as well. And a staircase close by is also covered with the Forgotten Beast extract. So is a fish dissector, who's also covered in Forgotten Beast extract? Yes. I'm a little worried. Are you covered in Forgotten Beast extract? You're covered in Dwarf Tears, that's safe. You're also covered in Dwarf Tears. Wait, am I going crazy? Chat room. Coding of Arab names Tears. It fits. That never fit before. It used to, like, just be ... dots. Am I going crazy, or is that like a stealth fix? Hold on, I need to find somebody covered with something. So I think there's just a lot of dwarves getting... that got injured. There's cranberry wine on the ground. Okay, now you don't. That one doesn't fit. Maybe that other dwarf just had a really short name. But it does seem like it fits better. It really reads like it fits better. Also, we're in an ad break, so I will pause. That was dust, but yeah, no, I knew that that one would be bad, YouTube chat. Because I saw what it did to some Crundles. So I was expecting that one to be bad when it finally got in. It's just, it took it a long time to actually get in. Yeah. I'm really quite saddened that the update booted out so many lurkers. Or that Twitch crashing booted out so many lurkers, because I was just looking at my stats since we popped into a ad break, and it's like we had 312 people watching when Twitch booted me offline. That sucks. Now we're at 150. It's only phrasing if your mind is dirty. You should wash it. I don't actually know what I said. After testing at 51.12, oh boy, Adventure Mode Archery did a Mario backwards long jump behind on progress? What do you mean? Like you can't fire a bolt and arrow in a bolt and arrow. You can't fire. Don't you need to knock it? Like you need to notch it first. So do you need to like load it? Like explain, I guess. Something about getting in? Getting it in? No, it got in. I mean, there's holes in the walls, kind of intentionally. And the Forgotten Beast got through the holes in the walls. I think you are just looking for a dirty statement where there isn't one, and that's on you. I can't help you with that, my friend. Can't follow you down this pathway. I cannot. The game doesn't finish the firing process. Weird. That sounds like a hotfix. Sounds like something that needs a hotfix, actually. Unless, like, Rum Rusher is missing something. Bone Doll, could you elaborate? I'd like to know. I'm kind of presuming that Rum Rusher is just missing something, but... Game when trying to fire a bow or crossbow will auto-notch a arrow or bolt. That makes sense. Well, because you have to notch it and then you shoot and then it completes the firing process. It kind of sounds like Rum Rusher. Like, I'm not positive this is what's happening, but it sounds like you're describing in an FPS game when you forget to reload and you're just going tick, 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 tick at the enemy. That's really what it reads like, but I could be mistaken. I haven't messed with adventure mode since. I feel like you're gonna just be walking around with a loaded crossbow on your back kind of thing, and then pop it out and then firing it. Have you tried this, Bone Doll, or are you just like speculating based on the patch notes? Because that's all I'm going on. Because I'm only going on based on, like, assumptions from... Speculating. Okay. Which leads to an action of load ammo, which goes through and eats the ammo. Also, the game prevents you from firing. I wonder what... Because, like, there is testing going on, so I wonder what the heck's going on then. That's weird. I can say so far all the fortress mode changes have been great. I mean, selecting ammo seems to work just fine. They only train when they have the right ammo equipped, which is nice. This dwarf doesn't have any because I think this dwarf doesn't have a quiver. That dwarf needs a quiver, but that's an unrelated issue. Oh, you're captain of the guard. You shouldn't even be in this squad. We'll throw in a peasant. But, like... I definitely need to make more quivers. Love how the two that I select are the ones that don't have quivers. Yeah, no, they equip the right bolts, and when they have the bolts required for combat, then they... Let's just update this. Rather, assign uniform crossbow. Just curious as to why you don't have a quiver. You might also just be a lazy weirdo. That dwarf is also just... You know what? Actually, let's just swap you out for somebody else, because you're just really depressed. Let's throw in Irish. See if you go equip it. Once you're done sipping. And should be sent on medical leave? Usually what I do is I just tell them all to go train and then just wait until they're in, I'll train in a barracks to, like, wrestle, and then every single one of them with a crotch I just boot out of the military. But I feel like most people, how do I put this? Most people in the military or in Dwarf Fortress don't care if their dwarves die in the military, so. Also, I'm noticing a lot more dwarves spending time drinking because they're thirsty. Did something get changed with liquids and booze? So I'm seeing a shit ton of thirsty dwarves. Like, I don't think I've ever seen this many dwarves actively drinking. Chat, who's playing Dwarf Fortress right now? Go to your dwarf list and type in drink. Because this seems to be constant. What do you expect? I mean... I don't... normally the entire fortress isn't doing a spontaneous keg stand all the time. Only 4 drinkers? Maybe this is just a me problem. It's certainly possible it's just a me problem. Is it hot? Well, no, that doesn't affect it. It's certainly possible it's a me problem, but... I'm really concerned about all of this extract everywhere. Hold on, let me just go here. I'm gonna do a thing. I'm gonna add a new burrow. And I'm gonna call it something along the lines of fucking chill. And it's just gonna be the top here. We're going to call this break time. Going to assign everybody to this. Let's see what happens. Beasts are only colorful if you make a new world, Darman. However, if you... Although, actually, there's one other area I need to make part of this. If you type in ! patch, you'll see a clip of the new sprites. Because the sprites are still new, you just don't get the colors unless you make a new world. Doesn't feel anything due to inebriation. Okay, so what's happening here is I've got dwarves that are just drinking, stopping, not feeling anything, and then drinking again. The hell is happening? What happens if I forbid all the pots and barrels? I'm just going to forbid all food and drink and just kind of see what happens. Because something about this is wrong. But they're not even thirsty. There's something weird going on in my particular save right now. That's called alcoholism? Thanks. That's not how the game's supposed to work, though. This is not functioning as intended. There's something fucky happening here. But yes, this is very much alcoholism. Wake up, drink, go to bed, drink, not thirsty, drink. Okay, this poor dwarf's actually thirsty. In fact, they're getting thirsty while it's repeatedly drinking. Then they all just go to the wells. Is there a DF hack command to quench thirst, chat? Yeah, no, this is definitely just like a constant. Oh, that's because I forbid them all. That's why there's only 206 drinks. Yeah, I'm going to restart the game without DF hack, because I didn't notice this before, but I'm not positive. Okay. Let me just save. Wait, so are other people getting this? Oh no, water making them thirsty. More beer. Oh no, beer making them thirsty. More water. Anyone else's tab keep crashing? That sounds like a YouTube problem. My YouTube crashes every couple days. You could try Twitch, but I don't know. Cryo storage. Seems like the whole internet's having issues today, though. I mean, considering it's a new patch day, like, views are kind of low everywhere. Twitch went offline briefly. YouTube views aren't trending upwards, which they tend to on new patch days. So, I don't know. This is all very strange for a new patch day. Tormentia! Hello! Crowsan Colossus, hello. It's good to see you as well. I'm just going to real quick make it so DF Hack won't launch. And then see if that continues. Because I may have just not noticed it. This is going to be a funny bug report. Is dwarves drink indefinitely and don't use up or consume the alcohol. Dwarves have discovered infinite beverage and they are bored. It's kind of actually what seems like it's happening. I've got a bunch of dwarves now that don't feel anything during inebriation. That actually would be really, really fucking funny. If that's a thing that kicks in. Let's just chuck DF Hack over to experimental so it doesn't launch. New patch, who dis? Reworks to ranged combat, and according to some people, it's kind of fucked in adventure mode, but ideally gonna be better in adventure mode in the long term? There's a bug? Several, probably. This is Dwarf. Remember the video game that we're playing? This game is just a giant pile of bugs with some features tied in between. And then plenty of bugs that we refer to as features. Oh shit, it launched DF Hack anyway. I thought I turned you off. DF Hack, quit it, you goofball. Go back to version 50.08. You should be able to target body parts now. They fucking hate it. Oh, I wouldn't put... It wouldn't be a very good clickbait title for YouTube if you put the word fucking in the title, because if you put the word fucking in the title, then YouTube would nuke it into oblivion and not recommend it to anybody, so... Okay, let's see. Do they still keep on drinking indefinitely? This is a dwarf holding cranberry wine. This also might be something that I didn't notice because it could, potentially, have simply taken a really long time for the dwarves to all slowly get thirsty. And the alcohol is actually at an all-time high right now. I don't think it's ever been this high before. So... here's the thing. Just let your game run for a little bit. Because I've been playing now for what, like, how long have I been on? 4 hours, and about 3 of that has been playing. And right now, about this many dwarves are currently drinking. Is the same thing happening with eating? Because this dwarf isn't hungry. Oh my fucking Christ, that's hysterical. Yeah. So basically, like, when they get thirsty, they just remain thirsty. And they don't actually consume the thing. No. Maybe? We'll try that. I'm just gonna turn DF Hack back on. I should have just quit without saving, but... Did they finish drinking? Like, find a dwarf who's currently drinking, though, Trull, and see if they finish the drink. They don't die from it. What I've seen, though, is I have been noticing a lot of hungry and a lot of thirsty dwarves. So what I presume happens is they get thirsty, they go and then they stand there holding a goblet until they get hungry, and then they go and they hold food, which quenches their hunger, and then they go and they hold a goblet. I'm presuming that's what's happening, because that's what seems to be happening. I haven't owned a Nintendo platform since the 3DS was still relevant, Cryo, so could care less, personally. Running your game will report resorts. Please, they don't stop. Okay, cool. Somebody, like, clip this and send it to... hold up. Just go yell about this in the bugs room in the Kitfucks. I'm just popping up their Discord. But could somebody clip this, please? Because it's just easier. Where's Kitfox Discord in this long list of Discords? There it is. Some seem stuck in eternal with hunger and thirst, like they can't quench it. Well, that's grim. So I'm going to just get DF hack functioning again, and then see if we can just lock everybody in the tavern. That's what I'm going to try and do. And just get some tavern keepers. Basically put everybody in the tower. The real issue here, though, well, that I'm suddenly realizing, though, is maybe, I guess, only the tavern keepers can't have access? Because if anybody has access to alcohol when they get thirsty, they'll just drink infinitely. Maybe I need to lock them in the food and drink stockpile, call that a tavern, and then place a tavern keeper in there. Are they just drinking forever, though? Or did they finish the drink? Jan Mort? I'm going to try that as well, Devoted Mortal, but they also eat forever. And unless you want to micromanage every single food and drink stuff that they're grabbing, I don't know if you can fix that. Hold on. Because, like, this dwarf has a gold goblet. So if I forbid this goblet, what do? They just keep drinking. If I forbid the drink in their hand, what do? They just keep drinking. They just grabbed a different. Okay, so if I go here and go goblet, forbid them all. Mug, cup. I don't seem to have any mugs or cups. Clearly I didn't actually forbid all of them. Because I've got platinum goblets too. What do you do now? So now that all of the goblets are forbidden, whoa, a bunch of shit disappeared. Now they just go to a barrel and drink. I think it might be related to goblets. Because now you're going to go clean. Let me try unforbidding goblets and seeing if it starts again, because actually, let's just do this. Let's see if the number here goes down. Let's let it run for a little bit. Because like this, the mayor's still drinking. What you're watching right now, Lazy Man, is live streamed Q&A. Or not Q&A, QA. Yours were drinking at a barrel at the still itself and stacked. Now, I wonder, like, did that even fix it? No, it doesn't seem to be. So I think forbidding the goblets stopped it from being as major. I don't think it's fixed it. It just made them move to a different location. This is hilarious. Could someone explain? So what seems to be happening is when they get thirsty or hungry, eating and drinking doesn't satisfy the need. Most of the time, sometimes it seems to. However, they don't consume what they're eating or drinking. So they just sit there eating or drinking infinitely and getting kind of bored of it. It's kind of what seems to be happening. They just basically, yeah, alcohol everywhere and not a drop to sip. Kleno, are you still in my chat? Also, anybody with screenshots, please just, like, chuck them into the KitFox Discord. I'm trying to report these bugs. I mean, it's funny, but, like, it's not... This is a part of Dwarf Fortress that, personally, I love, but is really bad. If you're a product that's for sale, it's okay. They'll fix it. I feel like every single time Dwarf Fortress is updated in the history of it updating, there's always something that's just completely and utterly, absolutely, 100% totally fucked about it. And it just takes a while to sort out. Okay, so this, I can actually just get rid of. They also ignore burrows, by the way. So that doesn't actually help anything. Let's, just unforbid the goblets, because there's no point in forbidding them. You know what this is? This is like, Pirates of the Caribbean. When they're always hungry and they're always thirsty, but they can't eat or drink. That's really what this is. Because, like, tasks are still getting done. That's the weird bit. Like, it's not like the game is unplayable. Yet. It's just as dwarves slowly get thirsty, like, this list just grows. And that is just kind of wild. I mean, I did that a couple forts ago. I'd rather just get this bug fixed, Lord Hunter. But, I mean, if you have a fortress of vampires, I guess you wouldn't notice this. Like, the list is getting longer. This is too funny. So I'm on the KitFox Discord right now, just like posting screenshots of like this list of dwarves getting longer. If anybody else has just like a bunch of dwarves in their fort all drinking, please just go post screenshots. But why is the rum gone? Exactly. Well, here's the thing. The rum isn't gone. Why is the rum here? Forever and ever. Tarn seems to have seen my DM. That's fucking funny. How you doing? You love rum? I have some rum, but I save that for special occasions. Rum makes me too silly. How you doing, Armor? It's good to see you, man. Oh my god. Hear me out. Do they have mouths? Do they work? Sure. What's that got to do with much? Oh my lord. I'm way too fucking amused by this. Is this not a special occasion? I don't drink on stream, for clarity, but I mean, this bug is a special occasion, let me tell you. Where's one of my... Screenshotting more things. Hold on. I'm gonna save and quit and just send Tarn the save file. And then I will figure out how to cope with this until it gets fixed. Because that's gonna be fun. Oh, man. How you doing, Empirical? Oh, chat, somebody explain this bug to DJ here. It's happening with your non-dwarves as well? Sure. I mean, it's all mechanically the same, right? So we've got a hysterical bug. When dwarves get thirsty, they drink infinitely. Don't consume the item. It doesn't cure the thirst from what I can tell. Sometimes it seems to, but they don't consume the item. So they just sit there eating or drinking infinitely and getting bored while doing so. And the only way that I seem to be able to stop them is by forbidding what they're currently consuming, and then they go grab something else and start consuming that. Basically, dwarves have discovered infinite gluttony. And their stomach... Did Tarn delete tummies? Is that what happened? Dwarves have lost their ability to digest. You've heard of indigestion. Well, right now we have out-digestion. Yes. Fukuro. This fortress is one gigantic thirst trap. Yes, Anon 4. Thank you for throwing it back. Oh, this is too fucking funny. I have a drinking problem. I can't stop drinking! Hold on. What's the, it's region 38. I've got a couple save files. So I hear you like save files. I've got plenty. Where the hell is region 38, actually? There it is. Compress. Let's see if I can get this small enough to send it over Discord. It is hilarious, I'm not gonna lie. It is really funny. Mildly annoying, but really funny. Since I'm zipping this anyway, I'll chuck it up on the Discord if anybody else wants it. Do animals starve, though? I presume they're using different code, because they don't physically get a meal and then sit down and eat or drink, right? Actually, I might need to just exit out of the whole game. Hold up. Tarn's response is, I wasn't near this part of the code, so it seems like it has to do something cursed to do with clothing equipment selection, clearance, or something odd. There was a fix to do with army cleanup that affected item deletion as well. May have to roll back if that's delete. Oh boy. It affected item deletion as well. I may have to roll back if that's related. Oh boy. Well, I got the save file here. It's 250 megs. Should be able to move it. I'll also just check it up in the save sharing if you guys just want to see my world or whatever. That's what Tarn said. I'm just reading his post verbatim. 2 seconds, chat. Just gonna use the restroom. And grab my sandwich, because now seems like a good time. All right. I have acquired a sandwich. Ready to have some fun today? So I got an issue, YouTube chat. It's sandwich time. Man, if I could unlock the secret to infinite coffee, I think I would actually be kind of okay with that, Fukiro. I'm now stuck in a loop? What do you mean? What do you mean? Is Twitch fucking up again, Elmiran? I'm doing all right. The game is in a state. What do God? When Dwarf Fortress puts up major changes, there's always something really completely, totally, utterly, weirdly fucked that's hysterical and also terrifying. And right now, they consume food and eat and drink infinitely without actually consuming the item, and they get kind of bored during the process. So I just like zipped my save folder and sent it to Tarn so he can go figure out what the problem is. This discussion is confusing me, Suited, so I'm just going to presume that all of it is unequivocally correct, and I just have to say this is a really tasty CGI prop. It has mustard, it has ham, it has tomato, and it has lettuces, and I think those are mustard greens as well, and some irregular. It's tasty. That'd be a very expensive sandwich. It's like that apple in Star Wars Clockwork. It certainly tastes better than a Nintendo Switch cartridge. I'm mostly certain none of the ingredients in this sandwich were made in China, but you can never fully be sure. The mustard may have a few things in it that are sus. Really? I've had pool water. That was pretty bad. I've never actually tasted a Nintendo Switch cartridge, but somebody in YouTube chat earlier asked me what my thoughts on the Nintendo Switch 2 are, and I don't really have any because it's not a console I own. And I do want to say that I am very happy to see a bunch of adults put Switch 2 cartridges in their mouth on the internet. It's sort of like watching somebody like do a what is the awful tasting jelly beans? It's like the night that thing came out, it was like there was 5 different YouTube videos in my to watch list of dudes putting Switch cartridges in their mouth. So there's a bug in the game, and now I need to figure out how to play with it. Like, if I make this a tavern, or rather, maybe connect this to the tavern, put a chest right here, and then add a tavern keeper, somebody who isn't currently drinking infinitely. Oh my god. So the way they're actually helping the dwarves is they're giving them water. Is that what's curing their thirst? This dwarf fills up this bucket. Okay, hold on. You're not allowed to have any other jobs. I have no reason to send a squad off map, so I'm not going to do that at the moment. Okay, so you're going to go serve wine. Actually going down here with a goblet. Let's see if this does it. Let's see if this disappears, because I'm also seeing alcohol on the ground randomly. I'm wondering if that has anything to do with it. The problem is who did you just give it to? Because there's also like beer all over the ground. Like, are you just dumping it on the ground? I just kind of need them to go serve a drink to somebody who's, like, on their own. Like, separated from everybody else. Okay, hold on. Let's actually just remove this from the tavern. Because all the problem dwarves are down below. Okay, so you just dropped that. This is more like the I like calling this the thirst trap bug. That's my favorite viewer reference I've seen to it so far is the thirst trap bug, because it kind of is. Like, they get thirsty and then they get stuck. They're like, oh god, I can't move. Okay, so you're gonna go here and socialize because we need that to get constructed. Hold on. Yeah, it's still the same number of dwarves drinking. Okay, this is even fucking weirder. They're now drinking up in the tavern instead of... Hold on. If I put this zone back, are they going to leave? I was like, okay, well, I'll just put a tavern on top of where they are and then assign a tavern keeper, but... I mean, you're euphoric due to... So they become euphoric due to inebriation. It quenches their thirst, but they keep drinking. It could mean it's Putnam's bug. Or it's like... Torrance... I need to check the DMs again, but he said that it might have something to do with item deletion? The good news is that they're not dying Yet. Uh-oh. 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 You know, we may have a finite number of dwarves. So this dwarf is blissful dining in a legendary dining room. Forever. I recited the chunks and nothing more. Please tell me that isn't about vomiting. Must consume all chunk. This is kind of like a Stephen King short story or something. This is horrifying, guys. I don't know. Like, this is distressing. The drink job seemed to be advancing, counting down from meters 500. Yeah, I'm just gonna do something real quick here. You might hear my voice in the background. I apologize if that's the case. Or you might hear two of me, rather. Wait, what? Hold on. Now they're all finishing. Is it the tavern keeper that's fixing it? No, because you're eating. So what the fuck is happening then? Ooh. Wait. Because I've still got like a stack like these. It wasn't specifically military before, but now it seems to be functioning again, but they... Like, it's a sometime... It's not specifically military, no. Or maybe just the military ones can get through it? I'm trying to figure this out, Tapioca, but no, this is definitely from today. I'm wondering if it's like specifically like dwarves in taverns that get over it. Because this is still, and I repeat, still the most dwarves I've ever had eating and drinking at one time. What the shit is happening? I think it would be trying to figure out what's the one portion of it to roll back that could possibly be the issue. Because we could manually roll back. By just going back a beta version. Okay, so I'm looking at this dwarf, right? I'm going to look at OBS. I've been streaming for 4 hours and 46 minutes. When I've been streaming for 4 hours and 47 minutes, I'm going to place a tavern zone on this dwarf and see if that fixes it. Because it seemed like for a second there, a bunch of them were getting cured. But now that I've removed the tavern, it seems to be happening again. That or it's just somebody bringing them a bucket of water or a drink, but... DF has some multi-threading for certain things. But it doesn't actually make much of a frame rate difference for me. It's like 2 frames a second usually, maybe 5 on a good day. Okay, now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to swap this out for a tavern. That one specific tile. We already tried, like, disabling and re-enabling DF hack. I think it's... Okay, so from what I'm seeing, it's something that takes a while to kick in. Because some dwarves just get stuck at random intervals drinking indefinitely for some reason, and I have no idea why. But sometimes it seems to just fix itself, having watched them now for a bit doing this. It may also be like a... It fixes itself when an unrelated dwarf brings them a bucket of water. Because dwarves will bring water to a thirsty dwarf that can't move. Like, suddenly now, this dwarf is fine. But what solved that? Where's the tavern keeper? Okay, you're all the way up there. Somebody must have brought you a bucket of water. Satisfied at work. It could also be a military dwarf that brought them... It's not DF hack. I can tell you this. I will tell you this a second time. I don't think it's DF hack. Because I was noticing this, I just didn't think to stare at it before DF hack had updated. Okay. So Tarn says this. Thirst is increasing way faster than it is going down. They get 100 thirst taken down every 50 ticks. Or, sorry, they get 100 thirst taken down every 50 ticks. But their thirst is going up by 10 every tick. So, they get thirsty. They get 100 thirst every 50 ticks. But every tick, they're gaining... So they're gaining thirst faster than they're... So they are drinking, they're just... getting thirsty faster than they can satisfy it? So I guess, like, orderlies is what fixes this, then? No, they just all have, like, cotton mouth. They've just, like, they've all taken, like, some antidepressants that's, like, fucking with their thirst. Huh. The weed update, yeah. Pretty much. That is so fucking funny, man. That is so goddamn funny. Yeah, because they also don't seem to... So it seems like they're... I don't know how it normally works. But normally what happens is they grab it, and then a couple seconds later they finish the drink and they go off. But they seem to be gaining thirst way faster than usual. And they also seem to be depleting thirst slower than usual? I don't know. So, like, they're not dying, but, like, there's 200 or 160 dwarves in this fort, and this is how many of them are actively drinking. And the same seems to be happening for hunger. Let's just also check eat. Yeah, it... Also, chat says hi. The one thing that I can say for certain is this is still very funny to me. Like, this is really... I could just probably play and be okay, though. Every other time there's been a really bizarre thing like this, it's been fixed in a matter of hours. Or sometimes less. So yeah, this will get hotfixed. I also haven't had a single dwarf die today of thirst, and this has probably just been happening in the background the whole time, so... I'm just gonna kind of go back to playing. I'm not going to do that, personally, Mecca, but perhaps. I mean, everybody's set to orderlies, and I have a shit ton of buckets and 3 wells in the fortress and multiple water sources. I think maybe the thing to do is just put everybody in Burrow 1 and just make this area accessible. Make a few more areas accessible as part of this. And then just go into here and pause all not immediately necessary jobs. And then just maybe this will be a mental health break for the dwarves in a way. Just eat and drink and gluttony pile on. I could also roll back, but that's no fun. I'm not going to say this is like a highlight of DF for me, but I do actually enjoy like being like, well, how the fuck am I going to solve this? It's like a fun one-off surprise challenge that I wasn't expecting. It's like the goat... Does anybody remember the impending doom of goats? Like that one audio sound that would just overload adventure mode and crash the game? At least the game isn't crashing. Goat Swarm does. Username checks out. I said that a lot that day. You just started a fresh new world. It looks like you're having that problem. All 7 dwarves are drinking? Yeah, okay. Good to know. I would just roll back. Although, actually, I wonder, if you generate a new world right now, and then roll back, will the beasts keep their new sprites? Because I have a hunch they might. Tarn says hi. Basically, they're getting hungry and thirsty 10 times faster than normal and curing it 10 times slower than normal. So we're kind of operating at an order of magnitude of, oh god. Devoted One in YouTube says that you can't seem to replicate this bug by using squads and backpacks and flasks and water skins. Your starting 7 behave normally. Has anybody got stuck drinking, though? Devoted One. I'm presuming you're on the main branch and not the experimental branch, right? Meanwhile, I've got dwarf. Well, this one's just depressed, actually. Okay, now the list is way lower. Probably because I've, like, told them all to go do something else. The experimental branch is a different... What version does it say on the main menu of your game? Jump to the main menu. Because if it doesn't say version 51.12, you won't have this issue. That's Devoted One in YouTube chat I'm talking to. Reclaiming your fort kind of fixed the issue for you? What? But... Tarn said he was watching the stream a little bit earlier. I don't know if he's currently watching, but... I'm just also poking at the Kit Fox Discord. But this spire seems to have dried up. Dang. Oh, that's unfortunate. Wait, what do you mean it seems to have dried up? As in, like, you ran out of, adamantine? If you found any angels, you can melt down their weapons and use that to get the throne, if that's what you need. Unless you need the 7 items, in which case, keep digging. Like the cats one? I mean, I have a feeling this will probably end up like the... Like, I don't think we'll ever have a bug as mythical as the cats bug. Because that was kind of a time and place thing. But, like, this will certainly go down in history with, like, the mothers, like, mind controlling their children. And getting mind controlled by their children and such. That bug was in the game for, like, 3 days. I have a feeling this one will get fixed, or a fix will be issued pretty quick. I'm just gonna try and figure out a way of dealing with it. Because, you know, that's how my dumb brain works. I mean, unless there's another bug that crazy with cats. But I don't see that happening anytime soon. 51.12? Oh, interesting. I don't know then. There's definitely, like, some mixed reports where it's happening for some people, but not others. Because, like, there's one person in Twitch chat here who's starting 7 dwarves are, like, fucked. And there's somebody in YouTube who's starting 7 dwarves are fine? Wait, did you put them all in a squad, devoted one, in YouTube chat? Also, unrelated, I've got some kobolds. The adventure mode is an option? Oh, it certainly is, but the ranged combat for adventure mode is, like, apparently not working properly either currently. And I'm a little bit adventured out after the last really big run I did, so I'm okay for right now. I also did an adventure mode run on my birthday, so June 3rd. Only 2 of them, one with a flask and one in the water skin. So you're not having the issue at all then, is what you're saying. Just trying to communicate or confirm what is happening here. I mean, that's not a big enough change for me to want to play another, like, adventure mode specific run. I mean, I still maintain, for me, the way I like to play adventure mode is in between runs. But yeah, ideally we get a hot fix quickly. It's got to be neat to visit your retired forts. Ironically, I don't do that all that much. I usually brief if I visit a retired fort, I usually just start there and then move on pretty quickly. I'm just going to slaughter some animals because I got things I don't need. I don't know how I ended up with a tame wren, but apparently I have a tame wren. No, they don't. Well, they can, kind of. Anything can produce quests. Quests are very whelming in adventure mode. It's more of an exploration mode than, like, a functional RPG in the traditional sense. It's an RPG in the sandbox sense, but there's, like, quests in adventure mode are more akin to, like, you know when you walk into a bar and then some guy complains that his wife left him 6 months ago, and then, like, jokes that he would buy you a drink if you like, found a sock that she kept of his that he really liked, and he only has one half of the sock but doesn't have that's half of the pair of socks that he wants. I talk about this like this is a normal thing that happens to people. That's what a quest in adventure mode is like. Is like somebody gives you vague directions to do something and then they've left and forgotten about you when you get back. So like quest in adventure mode have always been like this weird vague suggestion at a quest, but never the most satisfying quest. But yeah, I just, for me, adventure mode is like an in-between forts thing. I usually adventure to the next fort when a fort is done. So I will likely do a little bit of adventure mode after this fort is done. But this fort still has a lot of legs left. Even with the weird starvation problem. Yeah, no, we're back. So it like comes and goes in waves. Well, hopefully I can cheer the fort up a little bit by doing this. Oh. Well, that's not great. A vile dork of farceness has arrived and is thus parley seeking. Good news is, my Mark dwarves are all armed. Armed and ready. Well, we could probably fight this. What do you think? Join us in our forever drunken state. Okay, so Tarn says he figured it out. Let's see. Some logic I changed for loading crossbows encapsulated too much of another job code and slowed it down quite a bit. They were drinking in slow motion. It'll take a little while, but probably have something up tonight and tomorrow morning if it doesn't spiral. And wow. We've equipped every dwarf with a sippy cup. Hold on. So fucking funny. I mean, as long as it's fixed by the weekend, right? Because that's when most people play Dwarfwork. That's... Okay, so we get to deal with dwarves stuck drinking in slow motion. But that is pretty good. Yeah, that I got to admit, that is in fact pretty good. That is in fact pretty funny. Oopsies. Where's my captain of the guard? Are you in a squad? You shouldn't be. Oh. Where's Idem in this squad? No, I don't want it to be a sword master. Okay, so it does just swap out the top. Okay, so this is the wrong type of squad then. I should actually get rid of this one. Let's let them all go equip stuff, and then, although you need to specify ammo now, right? Only for combat, not for training. And add ammunition, bolts, wood bolts for training. Confirm. Oh my fucking god. Okay, so you dwarves go up to here, and I now need a new captain of the guard. Because it was, somebody was named previously. Who was it? Also, I should note this, chat. Dwarf Redemptions should be available unless they're broken due to Twitch. If they're broken due to Twitch, please tell me. But you guys should be able to redeem stuff if you want. Paddywhack was the one who had it previously. There we go. That's now functional again. Excellent. All right, we must teach these dwarves to chug. That much is for sure. The next thing that I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna go to you. Okay, maybe not you because you're haggard. You. You're not haggard. You can have all these war grizzlies. And you station in the middle there. Okay. Arcloid. Grumpy would like to give you a dwarf. What kind of dwarf would you like? Also, hi, Kaiser. I'm just gonna move the camera slightly because I've been slouching all morning. There we go. Send in the haggard first. I mean, they'll have to go in eventually. What's available? Military? Would you like a Marks dwarf or a non-Marks dwarf? I'd say the Marks dwarves are likely to live longer. But there's plenty of available stuff. We've got a mayor, we've got a manager, we've got a militia captain who's available. There's multiple militia captains. There's tons of stuff. Just would you like a beard or not a beard and approximately what job? Tons of stuff are available though. The good news is like we're still able to like complete tasks, right? That is the good news. You just want a Marksdorf cap.
Armor 87 cheered. X100. I did not hit her. It's not true. It's BS. I did not hit her. I did NHAAT. Oh, hi, Mark.
Hi, Armor. Is Laya still alive? I wouldn't lie it to you. I think Laya is still alive. Laya is making a Gabbro coffin. Not for them, thankfully. This is an utterly languid pace of easy living dwarf who is calm and slow and often finds himself changing his mind to agree with somebody else. He tries to keep things orderly and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. Takes offered helping gifts without feeling particularly grateful. Isn't particularly curious about the world and is slow to trust others. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and he can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. And he tends to be passive in discussions. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time. And is getting used to tragedy. He dreams of raising a family and personally finds sacrifice to be the height of folly and values tradition. He likes calcite and copper and green diamond, clear glass and greaves and figurines and cheetahs for their speed and beet plants for their edible roots. And when possible, prefers to consume nurse shark, rye beer, and hates slugs. Skull Ponders is more like Sip Ponders. Sip and Ponders. Let's just let these new Marks dwarves pick up equipment. So they do definitely move around a lot more. So this time in this siege, we're actually going to get to see a lot of the behavior changes for the Marks dwarves. So who's excited? Because I am. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Armor? And if you're lurking, you might want to look up. Because I'm initiating this siege. And we're going to see what's going on. The dwarves are thankfully already inside, so that's the good news. Real question is, where is this siege? Oh, it's a very small one. Tis a very small siege, mostly leather stuff from the Watchful Poison. What faction is that classified as? It's a goblin civ. All right. So if I actually look at the Marks Dwarves squads, they are currently these two. And most of them have what they need, except for 2 so far. They're just grabbing those. But most of them, with the exception of Arcloid up at the top. I'm not sure what's up with Arcloid. Gonna need to make a new set of quivers. So there are the siegers right there in the middle. They really thought I was going to take the parlay. I thought about it. I didn't think about it. Okay, so they're now firing bolts. These are all iron bolts too. They're probably all getting stuck in that tree. But yeah, no, they do definitely stick. So previously, if I were to build something like this, they really wouldn't stick to this. These two have bolts. Maybe they just haven't seen them yet. Hold on. I might have to go AFK for a sec. Something window washing. Just let these bolts fire. So I need to get rid of this, like, maybe roofing project I've built here. But bolts are certainly flying. It's not hitting them much. A lot of bolts just flew at this guy. Strikes him in the muscle, tearing the lung. Certainly seems effective. And then they come through the edge, and then the bears and the dwarves shred them. Was that... I just saw a dwarf, or a goblin fall kind of far. Did you just... They can fall downstairs? Today I learned. Okay, cool. Did you guys know they could do that? I didn't. I didn't know you could. I knew you could, like, fall on stairs. Bolts are flying out. Another goblin runs through. He's taking many bolts, which most of them are missing. And then eventually they walk through the front door and get turned into dead. And it seems like Hammerface here has gotten a bit enthusiastic and is chasing their way through. Dwarves are continuing to fire down and be thirsty. They're also probably going to go get ammo, I presume. So you just went and got more ammo, and then are walking back. Meanwhile, the rest of my dwarves appear to just be mauling them to death. And I can get the dwarves back to what they was doing before. All right, chat, I need to go AFK for a couple of minutes. I'm going to shut my camera off and mute the microphone. There is an ad break coming. I'm going to let you guys follow one of the Marks dwarves. Bonesaw. Hopefully Mark's dwarf Bonesaw maintains their composure and behavior. And I will be back in hopefully a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere soon, chat. And could I get a round of beers? Please talk amongst yourselves and keep yourselves entertained. I think investments are open too. BRB. So I'll unmute for a moment. There's a man on my patio basically pressure washing my windows right now. So I'm just going to kind of keep the camera off for the next few minutes until he's done. Mostly because it's rude to stream other people that, you know, aren't me. So when he comes back inside, I'll mute the microphone again. But while he's out there cleaning stuff, I will just let him do his thing. So yeah, because people are because the dwarves are stuck and incapable of like properly functioning right now, we're kind of just in a pickle where I can't really let them do much. Like I'm very limited on what I can actually do. Reasonably, but at the very least, the Marks dwarves are working. So that's good, you know? That's kind of awesome. How's the new sprites? I think there's one Forgotten Beast on the map. Since you're watching on YouTube, if you look in the description of the video, okay, no, all the beasts are dead on the map. If you look in the description of the YouTube stream, there's a clip which links to a bunch of the sprites. So if you want to see a whole bunch of new sprites, but not with color, you'll see that. You only get the color if you generate a new world. But currently, dwarves are eating and drinking in slow motion, which is a bit of an issue, to say the least. I mean, if we know that they're broken, I don't really see the point. I mean, what you could do as well is you could just go into arena mode, Bone Doll, and then just take over control. I mean, like, if it's just bugged in its own way, like, I'll be honest with you, I don't really need to see something. Like, it's been described in, like, a sentence. So I don't really see the point of doing it myself. If it's something that somebody can describe with one line of text, it's like, oh, it eats your ammunition. Okay. I don't know how interesting that would be. This is more interesting to me, in my opinion. Because, like, on one hand, yeah, I'm kind of limited on what I can do, but it's not like, it's not unplayable. Also, I lost a grizzly bear. That's unfortunate. Did I lose any dwarves? Now, the other half of my apartment buildings, or my apartment's, like, windows are getting cleaned, which is lovely. Rip Smokey? Yeah, well, I don't think it was Smokey. I'm not actually sure which bear it was, but it was one of the militia bears, that's for sure. We've also got Gumbo, who's very upset. Let's follow around our Baron, because this seems like a good opportunity to get to know everybody, because we're in the great feasting season of the year 1085, where everybody's cursed with eternal hunger. Our Baron here, Lanix, which ironically, Lanix has become my Baron more than once. This is not the first time Lanix has been my Baron. Crossbows have been pretty good for a long time. Hold on. Yep. I had to assist for a second, was waiting for that. But yeah, crossbows have been very good for a long time. They're just, how do I put this? Like, fiddly as all fuck. And so ideally they'll still be good. They'll just be less convoluted, I guess, because that was always the issue with them, is that they were just not straightforward and very convoluted. So Baron looks like he's got much trauma. I mean, he's been through a lot. I mean, he learned to value decorum after wearing old clothing, and could use a new hood, actually. I could queue up some hoods. Let's just do cloth hood. Let's just do 200 additional. Do I have any hoods being queued up periodically? It doesn't look like it. All right, let's just do that. Cloth hood, and then just do 50 seasonal, annually as a replacement for that as well. So this can be seasonally, and then that'll be a one-time order of 150. But yeah, I think a lot of it is just like, it's just a matter of like trying to sort it out. I don't know. Bone Doll, is that something that you really want to see? Because I'm worried it wouldn't actually be that interesting, you know? What we could do is at the end of the stream, I could load up an adventure real quick and take a look, but... I've heard training to use crossbows has a lot of drawbacks. Such as? I don't know. I've defended forts with nothing but crossbows, so I guess I know for a long time I was definitely one of those people who like said that crossbows aren't worth you doing, but I came around on that a long time ago. You're just too tired to test it yourself. I mean, there's multiple screenshots on the KitFox Discord of people with the issue, so I'm just, I guess... Ooh, chat, what material should I make the Baron's tomb out of? I'm thinking aluminum. Aluminum. Oh, now I know what you mean by drawbacks. Right. Like the string being drawback. You couldn't make them gather used ammo? What do you mean? No, you have to do that in real life. Go spend all of your money on the ladies in the strip clubs in real life, my friend. All right. Or just go play a different video game, Ryan, in YouTube chat. Non-major nerd, hello. How's the update? The update in and of itself seems pretty great. The issue is they drink and eat in slow motion, meaning they get thirsty and hungry at the same rate, if not faster, and they consume slower. So, this is the problem. And the reason my camera's off is currently my windows are getting washed, so there's people periodically coming in and out of my apartment. And if I keep the camera off, it's just more polite for everybody. They eat and drink in slow motion. It doesn't matter what they're eating or drinking, says Erdy's in YouTube chat. Also just going to scan for more possible military dwarves. You dream of mastering a skill and are a cheesemaker. Hold on a second. Good news, everyone! Futurama meme inserted here. They're done. My windows are clean. Hallelujah! So yeah, no, Tarn's found the bug. We did a bunch of, like, DMing and adding the devs and stuff, and I will read what Tarn said specifically about this bug. They get 100 thirst taken down every 50 ticks, but their thirst is only going up by 1 per tick. It's supposed to go up by 10 times that. Then he says that he assumes that it's something affected by the health update. Is like health is going. Here, okay, he figured it out. Some logic he changed due to loading crossbows encapsulated too much of their job code and slowed it down quite a bit. So they were drinking in slow motion. So changing how crossbows worked made them consume food in slow motion. Which is, like, incredible, if you ask me. Like, genuinely, that is incredible. Only in DF? Yeah, only in this game. IDOS. Only in this game. Like, that's genuinely incredible. I'm going to throw this cheesemaker into here. But aside from that, things seem to be pretty good. I mean, all I'm really doing is just making sure that my dwarves aren't going to, like, die of starvation and just making sure there's ample food available. But there's also been mixed reports. Like, there was somebody saying that, like, all 7 of their dwarves were stuck drinking in a new embark, and then there was somebody else saying that, like, they weren't noticing it. So it does seem to be a bit of a weird mixed bag where there's, like, some asterisk situations that can cause it to not be as big of a deal, but I don't know. I think this shit's really fucking funny. So I'm kind of here for it. You got that thing working you posted in the thingy. Can you be a wee bit more specific about the thingy? Is this a video game thingy? Is this a software thingy? Is this a other thingy? There's a few thingies that we've discussed over the months. Ah, that thingy, right. Good to know. I'll have to look into how you made the thingy work, but I do have footage. I didn't end up doing it the way I said I was going to because I got lazy. And I haven't had time yet. I was going to do that this weekend. Instead, I decided to do the very important task of watching Severance. So, you know, it's like, could I have uploaded a video this week? Yes. What did I do instead? I watched Severance. I'm sorry. It was necessary. Lutris hasn't installed. I used Lutris and it didn't work. Fucking weird. Okay, I'll have to look into it then. We'll look into the thingy after. This is Risen. Severance is an amazing show. I've got 4 episodes left. So I started it on Monday, and I have 4 episodes left. This is why I don't watch TV, is because I have 0 self-control. I just start watching and then it's all over. I have a question, though, Suited. Are they going to whip it good? I'm not gonna lie, that's literally the only Devo song I know. Have a good time, man. Hopefully it's better than ZZ Top was when I saw them. Although I did have a great time, even though it was a terrible show. Whip it real good, yes. Although, you know, I hope they whip is real good is also pretty funny. Why this bug is not affecting my people as much using Fast Dwarf negates their slow drinking. Are you playing with Fast Dwarf on because of the bug, or do you play with Fast Dwarf on normally? I mean, that could be a fix, is just play with Fast Dwarf 1 on instead of Fast Dwarf 2. But I don't know. I'll just deal with it. It also does seem to be like helping their moods, just kind of forcing them in the tavern for a bit. I was gonna watch Devs after that, but I've also had a lot of people tell me to watch Silo. The thing is, I bought a month of Apple TV because I want to watch The Raid and The Raid 2, and I haven't had a streaming service in like 2 years, with the exception of Prime, and there's like nothing on Prime I really want to watch. But the reason I grabbed Apple TV for The Raid is because Apple TV is the only service that has The Raid available for rental right now in Canada, and nobody has it streaming. So I was just like, well, I guess I'm paying for a month of Apple. So I paid for a month of Apple and rented The Raid, watched that, and I was going to do that with the sequel, but then I was like, well, now I have this fucking thing for like a month. I might as well watch something. So I started watching Severance. But it's like Silo. I've heard good things about Murderbot. I've heard good things about a lot of shows. Also, Ted Lasso is another one I kind of want to watch because I do like sports shows sometimes. And supposedly, like, the F1 movie is going to be on there first. I don't really want to see that in theaters, so I'm just going to wait for that to show up and then probably unsubscribe after that. I mean, they do that without Fast Dwarf, in my opinion. The shooting at machine gun speed thing. All right, so let's make a tomb for my queen. I mean, my baron. Is it? Well, obviously no. It'll be faster with. Of course, it'll be faster if you have fast dwarf on, but they shoot pretty fast just anyway. It's like 2 or 3 per second. But yeah, this as bad as this bug is, it's also like not the worst thing I've ever seen for Dwarf Fort, because I've definitely been playing all day with it just kind of happening in the background and not really noticing it. Nobody died of dehydration, so why am I building so many coffins? Catching up. I like to have a surplus of coffins. Because Ryan is a troll and being a child. That's why, Bismuth. I'm just kind of, there's this person in the YouTube chat just kind of being a shitbag, and I'm just kind of like quietly watching them being like, Yeah. I every like 3 or 4 years, I just have a hankering and I watch the Raid and the Raid 2. Specifically the Raid Redemption and then the Raid Redemption 2. Clearly the one with too much free time is Ryan in the YouTube chat, though. That's the reality of this. Everything that you're seeing is vanilla. Yeah. They are obsidian short swords. They have unique sprites. Although they haven't had unique sprites for that long, admittedly. With the 1990 Transformers, maybe go back and watch it every year or so. Yeah, maybe not once a year. I'm not that big of a fan of movies, but I do really enjoy the Raid and the Raid 2. It's just a very good movie. Sounds super handsome. Probably. One of the mythical Canadians from the land of maple syrup and people who say sorry. And also Star Wars, apparently? Like, the main guy from the Raid movies apparently is in Star Wars, which I never clocked, but... I've had many nightmares, but oddly enough, none that I can remember that happened around Christmas. But I assume that's the movie that you return to pretty consistently. You found a new pat. A new pat? What's a new pat? Jesus claim. Oh, you mean like a new pad? Right. Jesus apparently has a new apartment, so shoutouts to Jesus. It's always good, man. I was thinking like you were trying to say like pet. I was like, huh? Huh? Question mark? It's going to be my baron's tomb. Yeah, pad flat. Yeah, gotcha. Checks out. Jesus is still around? Jesus, did you ever leave? I thought that Jesus is like an omnipotent, watchful eye. There was somebody talking about people being weird on YouTube and RPing like Greek gods in their YouTube comments. And I'm like, well, I got somebody who like is Jesus in my chat on YouTube. And then this YouTuber friend of mine was like, yeah, that sounds like completely normal human behavior. I'm like, I don't know. It's kind of funny because Twitch chat can't see who I'm talking to because it's on YouTube, not Twitch. And so as far as Twitch is concerned, I'm just talking to Jesus. I don't know about you guys, but I found Jesus, so we all made it. I found Jesus and said, nah, I'm good. Maybe tomorrow. Holy shit, big VTuber playing Dorfort today. What the fuck's happening? Nothing weird, nothing. Yes, my best friend Jesus. I think in this case, Jesus found you. You know, actually, devoted one in YouTube chat is actually probably pretty correct here. Jesus found us in this situation. I think that might actually be creepier. Like, I think I'm more disturbed by the concept of Jesus finding me than me fight. Like, just like, okay, so as a kid, I always found Santa Claus creepy. Like, I was always kind of disturbed as a child by the concept of, like, Santa Claus knowing everything that I'm doing. Like, I always found that really weird. I also found it kind of weird that, like, God would know what you're doing. So just, like, God just being like, hello, son, is actually fucking terrifying to me. So that might be worse. What am I naming Meatball Stairs? You can't name stairs. I could put, like... Oh, actually, I got... Wait, hold on. Diamond, hold that thought. I'm gonna make a copper statue. Just one. Of... No, not a... specify new image of a creature. A flesh ball. Striking a triumphant pose. And I'm gonna call it the... Triumphant? Can I just call it the circular? The circular... meat. And I will place that in a stairwell. The triumphant... It's gonna be the circular meat, because that's what I typed in. And YouTube chat. The first person to put a tree emoji in the YouTube chat, I gotta keep you thinking on your toes, gets to name some object or a dwarf, whatever you want. It kinda is. I mean, at least I thought it was as a child. RXN dumb. Or Umbi? I don't know. What would you like to name? And what would you like to name it? Am I naming a dwarf that? If so, would you like a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? You were a tree limb in a musical once? I was a Who in a musical once. Either? Okay. Happy dwarf you get. You're going to be Stuckles the Mace Dwarf, and you're going to be called RXNDUMB. He is impervious to the effects of stress after experiencing trauma. I feel like that trauma must have short-circuited part of your brain. He is always tense and jittery. probably due to the trauma. Same trauma, different trauma, in fact, and is somewhat scatterbrained after different trauma, as a matter of fact, and is often feels best when everyone gets along without any strife or contention, is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily, has a strong tendency towards privacy, and has a greedy streak, does not easily fall in love, and rarely develops positive sentiments, has a sense of duty, and could be a little wasteful when working on projects. He enjoys the company of others and doesn't seek out excitement. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and he works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He thinks he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things and doesn't try to get things done perfectly, is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Majestic in YouTube chat says, give it to the broccoli guy. He wasn't first, and it's the wrong emoji, but it's funnier. I mean, it is funny. That is true. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. It's in different years. 2 different years, actually. Feel like there's a missed opportunity to name a dwarf Santa. It's almost July. You know, the Vampire Fort that I just made a video out of was my holiday special. Just remember that. He personally finds romance distasteful and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills, and dreams of creating a great work of art. Likes quartzite and sterling silver, as well as blue garnet and seahorse bone and breastplates and floodgates and cats for their aloofness. The silken watchful amethyst and the sound of the cobalt boulders, and when possible prefers to consume perch, donkey cheese, and whip wine, and absolutely hates squashes. Wait, what? And squashes, and absolutely hates oysters. I read that slightly out of order, my bad. Also, thanks for all the likes, YouTube folks, and thanks to the 190 of you watching today here on Twitch. Appreciate each and every one of you. I don't know what I would name broccoli. I could name something broccoli, but I don't know what I would name broccoli. Also, we are only $8 away from the daily minimum, so we'll hit that today, which is cool. That basically got us there. Thanks for the 5 Canadian bucks. Unrelated, but there's a way to draw. Is there a way to drop items to a lower Z level without killing anyone? I mean, so Twitch chat, you guys can probably fill in on this a little bit too. Thanks for the 5 bucks. I personally just drop shit and almost never have a problem. If an item is physically falling, it doesn't matter what it is. It could be it could be a sock, it could be a boulder, it could be a minecart, it could be a dwarf. If it's fallen more than like 11 Z levels and it hits a dwarf in the head and that dwarf doesn't have a helmet on, that dwarf's dead. Velocity is what matters there, not like actual weight of the item. So if you're dropping items, there's just always gonna be a risk. I would and do just put them in a minecart and say, fuck it. I've definitely done that with like boulders before and had like 1 or 2 casualties a year, and it's like, eh. But like not safely, no. I mean, yeah, you could like have a minecart that's like, but then the minecart could hit somebody. Like even a minecart isn't, well, I guess like if a dwarf is pushing it, that's safer-ish. But like at that point, you might as well just haul them. I don't know. Fall from around 2 or 3 Z levels and somehow a dwarf died. The combat log made it sound like... The combat log made it sound like he tripped. That's very funny. This dwarf likes sterling silver and blue garnet and floodgates and cats for their aloofness, in the words of the silken watchful amethyst and the sound of the cobalt boulders, hates oysters, etc. Has 4 friends, no pets or relatives, and is a member of a bunch of guilds. Welcome to the fortress. It's just... Whenever you read a combat log where it's like they tripped, it's like, oh, that's just too fucking funny. That is too goddamn funny, man. Dwarf Fortress is just like Looney Tunes violent slapstick sometimes. And I do love it for that. Okay, so Baron is now fully satisfied. My mayor wants querns? Why? Okay, well, I guess I'll make 3 rock querns per season. I will eat oysters. I don't... Chat, do you like oysters? Your internet died on you? Man, I think the internet's just collapsing today. Like, I'm really starting to, like, feel that the internet's just calling it quits for the day. It's too hot to exist. Maybe it's actually, like, unseasonably cold here. What's your concern? I don't really have one. Thanks. You've never had oysters? You know, honestly, okay, so oysters to me are kind of like ocean snails. I know that there are also ocean snails, but like, hear me out. They're like a butter or salty butter or garlic butter delivery mechanism more so than a food unique in and of themselves. Like, I don't dislike oysters, but it's like, they're not particularly remarkable, I guess. You're so jealous of me. That is entirely too hot. I do live like on the coast, on the Pacific, on an island, like in the greater Vancouver coastal region. So it's like living on Vancouver Island is kind of cheating. Although I could be mid-island and it's like 30 degrees up there, so. I did kind of move to one of the coolest places in BC, so. The heat index was 108 for you today? Jesus, that sucks. Let's see, how many tombs do we still need? Not actually that many, so I can just use DFAC to assign them all, which is good. All right, let's allow the dwarves out and then maybe just try to distribute the booze a little bit better. Because dwarves are still taking 10,000 years to drink. Because down below, we still have shenanigans happening, and this has had a lot of time to drain. Which, this is not really a negative. Now, where... do the water let out? The water let out over here, which has sealed off quite a bit of this. So what I could do is actually just go this way and go, whoops, this way. It's basically like right here that I need to eject this water. Presuming they can even get to that. The internet has just collapsed. Your internet hiccuped and the stream froze. Well, I mean, it's just bodies falling. Like, there goes a hamster. This is like the beauty of the way I've got this fortress set up. There's just like, you just hang out here and then just stuff falls. It's like, oh look, bodies. Oh look, more bodies. Oh look, even more bodies. Let's just get rid of all this used clothing too while we're at it. I mean, you can get any kind of seafood you want where I live, so. Well, you are really dumb based on your opinions of Canadians, Ryan. So I would expect this game to be impossible for you to learn, and your small brain will shrivel up into a pea, which somehow is bigger than it was before. What did everybody get? Will wants to know what you're buying on the Steam sale, chat. I was going to say something, but that's just mean to everybody, so I'm not going to do that. But I have a thing in my head that personally I think is really funny, but I'm not going to say it. You might pick up the new Kingdom Come. Gotcha, gotcha. I don't know if I'm going to buy anything. I don't know. I was kind of thinking about picking up System Shock 2 Remake. But then this patch released today, so... Hey, Deep Space. Yo, Deep Space, did you see the bug yet, by the way? Made it so much more accessible. Happy to help, dude. I'm probably going to have to make one for Mark's Dwarves at some point, but I need to mess around with it a little bit more first. Yeah, System Shock is great. They added multiplayer to that System Shock 2 remake, so you can play through it with friends. Which sounds awful, but I mean... Awful, but maybe funny? I don't know. How's the new patch bug? So Tarn changed the speed of that crossbow's fire at, and apparently messing with that has essentially made them consume food and drink in slow motion, so they get thirsty faster than they consume food. So it satisfies the need right away, but they get stuck eating and can't stop. Same with drinking. So even though it satisfies the need really quickly, they just sit there stuck. So like if I actually go here and I type in drink, it's actually really low right now, but it's been like 5 times this length before. Same with eating. Like, oh, that's because they're all eating right now. But like, look how many dwarves are currently eating, which is ridiculous. And he says it'll take like either till tonight or tomorrow to fix it, but Tarn figured it out. The old sleep bug? Which one was that? Did they fall asleep and not wake up or something? Is there a bug that I don't know of? But like, the game isn't unplayable, it's just a little weird right now. Especially if you're starting new forts. Like there was somebody in chat saying that all 7 dwarves are stuck drinking. It's like we've unlocked the skill of gluttony right now. But the Marksdorf changes seem great. I mean, you can you can go into the equipment screen right here, and you can select ammo types now. You can. That's interesting. It like automatically assigned these other bolts again. You can specify between what type of ammo you want for combat and what you want for training. So they only use wooden bolts for training, and otherwise they'll just wrestle, and they'll only use metal bolts for combat. You can specify the number that you want them to take with them at a time. It's pretty great. I just didn't wake up. Huh. I'm pretty sure that's a Forgotten Beast syndrome now. But that's grim. Yeah, I didn't know about that one. That's spooky. So there's that, but there's also this, which I should probably mess around with more. It's under labor, standing orders, other. You can now set hunter ammo with this, and it just pops up this screen, and you can specify what you want them to use. I need to mess with that a little bit though, because I'm not really using hunters on this in this fort. Ryan, please don't come here. You're not welcome. That's all I have to say. If you want to be kind and courteous to people, be kind and courteous. If you're gonna go around and say that Canadians are gross, you can just like royally get fucked. Please go away and never come back, and stop watching my videos. That's my opinion of you. Now go away. All right. What's the max amount you can carry now? I haven't messed with the button much, to be honest. It just lets me set the amount, so probably the speed at which you're willing to let them walk at. What's going on in YouTube chat? I don't know. Somebody's going on about how much they love my videos and how much they hate my country. So they can eat shit and fucking die, as far as I'm concerned. Does anybody, like, remember that Skrillex song? Yeah, I'd eat shit and fucking die! I don't even know what that sample's from, but... Damn. Good question. I mean, we're far from a perfect country. Far from it. All I wanted was a Pepsi, just one Pepsi? No, that's definitely suicidal tendencies. Or as my friend calls them, suicidal chicken tenders. Which I recently learned that if you type suicidal tendencies into YouTube, it gives you the suicide hotline. It's like, don't do it. People love you. And it's like, here's all the suicide. I was like, I want to listen to the Pepsi song, man. I did actually listen to that whole album, yeah, at night, oddly enough. I'm not big into bass music generally, but... Did you hear there's a bug fix? Yes, Taurus. Also, long time no see. It's good to see you, man. Tarn said in DMs that he found the problem, but it's going to take him a couple hours, so he'll either get a patch out tonight or tomorrow. So, it'll be a quick fix. I consider that a pretty quick fix, anyway. But yeah, essentially, they're eating and drinking in slow motion. He said he was watching earlier today when I was messing around during that initial siege. But Tarn doesn't strike me as the biggest stream watcher. I know Zach watches my videos. He's said that before. The last time I saw them at PAX, he kept bringing up different videos that I did. He's like, oh yeah, I saw the one where you did the thing. So, Zach watches my videos. I know that much. You know, I don't really appreciate you using a very large amount of Argentinian pesos to, like, pin a message to the top of the stream. You can just ask me like a normal person, so I will just opt to not answer your question, because I'm not really fond of when people do that on YouTube. Ranged combat was never bad, but it's much more straightforward now. And less screwy, from what I can tell. Rolling. Can I unpin things from the top of the chat? There we go. No, it's not a bug, it's a feature. It's a feature. The reason adventure mode feels slow compared to ASCII, Kaiser, is because of the animations. You put animations into a turn-based game, it runs slower. Your chair broke? That sucks. But yeah, if you're just gonna pin something to the top of my stream, just ask the question. I don't need you to give me 0.0011 cents to pin something at the top of the stream for the rest of the stream. That's silly. I'd rather you didn't give me money and just asked. All right. That's fair. I appreciate it, but I would rather you just ask the question. I don't need it sitting there at the top of the screen for the rest of the day. Which is why I bopped it. And as far as content goes, when I feel like it. Which is the answer for all content that I make. I make it when I feel like it. How am I working around the bug at the moment? They're not dying. So, like, dwarves are just a little bit distracted and spending more time drinking than usual. I mean, it's not, like, it's just kind of silly. It's not, like, game-breaking or anything. Because they're still satisfying their hunger and their thirst. It just takes a lot longer. What's the bug? They eat and drink in slow motion at 1/10 of the speed that they're supposed to, and they also gain hunger faster than they're supposed to. It's to do with changing the, what's it called? Hunger and thirst faster than they're supposed to. It's to do with changing the crossbow speed, which affected the speed at which they eat and drink. So they're basically eating and drinking in slow motion, which is really fucking funny. They're eating rice with chopsticks. 1 grain at a time. And then also drinking their liquids with chopsticks by, like, dunking the chopsticks in and then licking them. It's a very slow process. Oh, also, Merlin Buff, I got something to tell you, I think. I can confirm once the game's finished saving, but... When you need to eat 2,000 of something? Or like oatmeal, but 1 oat at a time? Yep. It's, or like another bug that I wasn't familiar with, which Deep Space was talking about earlier, where dwarves would just go to sleep and not wake up. It's also sort of like, there was an alcohol bug in version 44, I think, where they would drink alcohol once and then just be euphoric for the rest of their life. Like, they'd never get over the euphoria, so everybody would be maximum happy all the time. So Merlin Buff the Scholar made a discovery. The where is that? Skills knowledge? Yeah. It was a disease classification. I mean, I eat pizza with a knife and fork, but that's just because I don't like getting my hands greasy. It doesn't take me that long to eat pizza with a knife and fork, although I also eat watermelon with a knife and fork, so maybe I'm just psychotic. Anyway, this is you discovered disease classification and wrote a book on it. So... Sure. Once they fix it. There is also a bug in adventure mode right now, supposedly, with them eating ammo, although I've also heard mixed responses about that. Yeah, when we do our next adventure, sure. But adventure mode for me is an in-between fort thing, and I'm still playing this fort. So when I'm done this fort, we'll do a adventure mode run. And when I do an adventure mode run, that's when we'll try that stuff. I'm not super in a rush to try it currently. because I kind of just did an adventure mode run. I get adventure moded out pretty quick because the variety of gameplay is a lot slighter, but, you know, that's improving slowly, as is many things in this game. I played a 60-hour-long adventure mode run earlier this year, where I went from having 0 stats in anything to having almost legendary in almost everything within reason. And yeah, I'm adventure moded out for the next 6 months. I'm good. Like, I've played it a bunch. Fortress mode is the mode that engages me more, I guess. It's also the mode that engages my audience more. So it's not a matter of I'm not interested in it. It's a matter of I've seen what there is to see, and I'll wait until the next round, which is when they add more stuff. So when the next patch comes in that adds stuff to adventure mode, we'll try that. We're also getting ambushed, apparently. You don't need to convince me. I'm not going to do it. And trying to convince me will make me less likely to do it. So we've got elves invading. They appear to be trying to climb in to the fortress via these trees. I don't think that's going to be very effective. Oh no, shit, they're actually climbing into the fortress via those trees. I don't know why I'm suddenly surprised. All right, well, we'll send the soldiers up here. Or some of them up here. There's also bears down here beating or fighting with that elf. These dwarves are taking out the one elf that managed to get in up top. Oops, sending the soldiers back down. That is like some climbing that elf is doing. Okay, well, the bears are doing work. One of the dwarves climbed over the edge with a sword and is now injured and trying to go back to the hospital. Question is, are you going to discover more elves in the process? Or was that all of them? Oh, I see why. It's because these are all rough walls. That makes sense. I just need to knock these trees down. Because these ones are down here all just smooth. But these ones are rough, making them way easier to climb. That makes a lot of sense. Is there more invaders on the map? Nope. Okay, well, that was a very small invasion. We're just going to get these dwarves over here training. And training. Let's also turn this off. So how well does this fortification setup work? It works fine for the Marks dwarves, but the melee dwarves that I just set up up here to go kill this elf just vaulted the edge. So melee dwarves still do the old thing, but I guess that's kind of what you want them to do, right? But yeah, it seems to work just fine. I mean, we've had 2 sieges now, and they've stood there and gone and reloaded ammo as they're supposed to, and everything kind of seems to be working as expected. How did they get in? Is there no roof? There is no roof because I wanted to see if Mark's dwarves would jump out. They don't jump out. So that's how we got in, is there is no roof. Accurate discovery. And also I'm going to leave the game pause because there's an ad running. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, we'll definitely try it. I'm not in a rush to try it. Like, I'm not going to do a full adventure. I might load up an adventure and try it for like 15 minutes at the end of the stream today, but I'm not in a rush to do a full adventure mode run, basically is what I'm trying to say. Like, will I try it? Sure. I'll certainly try it for a recording because I need to make a video about it tonight. But I'm not going to do like a whole stream of it or anything. Like, I'm curious about it academically. I'm just not that interested in playing it right now. I think like the next time you'll see me do a big adventure mode run is whenever they put building back in. You woke up from dreaming you were at your parents' house and a big-ass bear was outside actively trying to break into the house? That's just where I grew up. You just dreamed that you were in my childhood home. I mean, you heard what kind of bear enemy. They clearly said big-ass bear. I mean, black bears are pretty small. The bigger ones are generally brown or grizzlies. So I'm going to pull this lever so that we can have some fun. Some fun with puddles and water. Just sized up a black bear? Oh, probably. Maybe it sized you down. Like, it just smallified you. 2 seconds, chat. I just gotta give myself some more insulin. Have I seen grizzly plus polar bear hybrids? No, people make those? As polar bears are forced to go on land. Oh, as in like... Because I thought this was something that happened in a zoo, like a liger. Well, that's kind of crazy, actually, now that you put it that way. Also kind of spooky. But makes sense. All right, so I'm going to flood some lava down in the lava sea. Because this lever right here is about to get pulled by that dwarf. Although the frame rate just disappeared, so I'm not sure what's going on at the moment. I'm blaming the were creatures. These bears are much more aggressive. Great, so like, we're either gonna die to World War III or murder bears. I don't know what's worse. Probably murder bears. Actually, probably not. Although, if given the option, like if the bears just take over, that's probably better than us. I really, really, really liked Cocaine Bear, the movie. And I've said this before. The reason I really like that movie is it's like weirdly nostalgic for me. That movie reminds me of my childhood. Not because, like, you know, I was, like, watching bears do a bunch of cocaine in my childhood, but because I grew up in an area where, like, the thing I did with my friends to have fun was we went out and wandered around in the forest and did dumb shit. And that just those kids walking around, like, in the forest and then just finding a bunch of cocaine and then eating it and then finding a bunch and then, like, seeing a bunch of dudes die to a bear that ate a bunch of cocaine. There's just something about that that's like, man, this reminds me of my childhood. This is such a nostalgic movie. Also, Pizzly. I thought you guys were, like, mistyping puzzles. Pizzlies. I don't know. Also, just like the scenery in that movie reminds me of my childhood as well. Okay, so we can just let that run for a bit. And also, this is the only thing that's draining this whole area. And it's filling from over here. So if I can get water... Uh-oh. Frame rate just went bye-bye. And now it's back. If I can get water over here, potentially, that could be pretty major. I could also just stop this from draining, because... Or, well... you know, I could probably stop pumping that out. I could probably stop this area. Probably. Let's just get rid of this. Okay, but what are the emus gonna start? Like, I do have a problem with the word Pizzly. Pizzly sounds like a kid that bullied me in high school. Ian Pizzly! Like, that sounds like a made-up name from Harry Potter. That's my issue with Pizzly. Or like the gym teacher who should be in prison for something. Or just a Simpsons character? I don't know. Yes, I have lots of problems with the word Pizzly. Ron Pizzly! Yeah, no, Ron Pizzly is just an adult actor from the 70s. Who now gets by selling dick pills. So this will fill back up to this level. This will try to fill up. And will. This will fill up if I keep this going. However, if I dig through this... Oh no, oh bad. Although this is all my fault, isn't it? So this is all filling up over here now. I just want to see how much of this fills back up when I turn this off. Because I just need water, like, right there. Which, it'll actually get there, because this side is now sealed off. Yeah, no, this will not fill back up. I'm, like, almost certain. Tarn says he's working on the adventure mode quirks. Sounds like we'll have a hotfix soon. That'd be ideal if we get a hotfix before I end this stream tonight. I mean, many people from many regions pronounce many things wrong. What's your point? Dead wage. The dwarf stories are fascinating. I'm glad you enjoy them, Claude. Conway. Right now, this is just me messing with lava. And if this is confusing to look at, don't worry, it's confusing for me too. Not even positive they can get to that. No, they can. For sure they can. I mean, I'm probably pronouncing Pisley incorrectly, and I don't even think that's a real word. You feel overwhelmed by adventure mode? You know, back in the day, in the ASCII version of the game, I was overwhelmed by adventure mode, not fortress mode. And I think the reason for that was in order to find the hotkeys in adventure mode, you had to hit question mark on the keyboard to like read them. But I think like mechanically adventure mode is less overwhelming. Maybe it's just like all the text popping up on screen. I'm not sure. Because like I've heard many people say that over the years. Like I don't find it overwhelming. There isn't that much to do in it that keeps me engaged. So for me, it's not really an issue of it like being overwhelming. It's just not the most interesting thing to do outside of like just exploring your world. And I only ever really need to do that once with a world. You want me to name a bear Pisley? I mean, I can name a bear Pisley. Ron Pisley is an 11-year-old grizzly bear who is often sad and dejected and could be considered rude. Oops, I'm trying to pause the game. He's often sad and dejected and could be considered rude. He is open to changing his mind and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, has a noticeable lack of perseverance and tends to go it alone, without considering the advice of others. He tends to keep things orderly without delving too deeply. Well, he tends to keep things orderly, and he tends to try to do things correctly each time. I'm trying to think of like what is Goler Bear worse than a Pisley Bear? I think a Goler Bear is better than a Pisley Bear if we're gonna hybridize polar bear and grizzly bears, because that's what this whole thing was, right? It was like polar bear, grizzly bear hybrids. I think Goler Bears is better. Goler Bears. And if you're like from Spain, you could say Goler Bears. Roller bear. I prefer that. There's something about watching Spanish commentary on the World Cup. I don't watch like football at all, but there is something about watching like the Spanish commentary of the World Cup. Good morning. How is the dwarves today? There's a patch. Dwarves are eating and drinking in slow motion. That's a bug, not intended. However, ammunition has been reworked. Mark stores have been reworked in Fortress mode and in Adventure mode, and it seems pretty good so far. Beasts have new sprites. It seems like a good patch. Weird oddities aside. That is kind of par for the course for Dwarfort, though. Just trying to get this water out of here. I'm glad. Stoned. I'm glad. Japanese, like, commentators do that too. They get very excited. That might actually be my favorite, like, variety of video game meme is just people taking football and, like, Spanish, like, sport commentary and, like, putting it over top of Rocket League games and shit. It's, like, some of my favorite memes. Those things are great. But then we can have a Dave Grohler bear. Which is probably better than Ron Bisley. All right, we've got off the rails, chat. Need to put this minecart back on course. That's it. That's the next one. Hold on. I need another male bear. This is Hammerface's pet, who's now Dave Grohler Bear. Who lacks confidence in his abilities and is not readily moved by art and natural beauty, isn't particularly ambitious, doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, is a friendly individual, is conflicted by his nature since he would prefer more strife in his life, he tends to hang on to grievances, and he is brave in the face of imminent danger, generally acts impartially, is readily moved to mercy, and is disturbed by this as someone who dislikes those that seek to acquire power over others. DF Hack has updated. Hoof-hearted. So restart Steam, I guess, maybe? Report crime. Oh. Somebody committed a big crime. No, Bear Grylls is just a bad influence on society. We're not naming people after people with bear names. We are naming people after polar bear, grizzly bear hybrids. So we do not need a Bear Grylls. However, these bears might want to grill something at some point, and if that's the case, that's up to them. Also, he is a sham. That Survivor Man is better. Did anybody watch that show Man Tracker? I always wondered why they named a show after a car. Would that make for a fun quest, or whether or not you can reproduce naming-wise? You can reproduce... Oh, what, like mules? Actually, yeah, I wonder. Do I like Raymirs? I don't know who that is. I'm expecting this to turn into, like, a pun, but... Oopsies. I've seen some Naked and Afraid. Naked and Afraid is just, like, that was a show that was on a lot when I worked at my old job. And my only real take on Naked and Afraid is it's just kind of hard to watch. Because it's just kind of like, witness humans suffering, the show. It's like, watch people get, like, gout. Turns out, it takes a while to drain a thing that is infinitely filling. So yes, still draining lava. But we've drained quite a bit of it. I mean, this all was lava sea at one point. So we are making quite a bit of progress. I need to just do some digging. I was going to do more digging, but I got super distracted by the fact that the dwarves are eating and drinking in slow motion. So today's been a bit of Less productive day on the major projects front. This actually going all the way across is going to be a big deal. Like, if we can get this all the way across here, that's super helpful. But yes. I don't know. I guess when it comes to, like, survival stuff, I more prefer just, like, instructional camping videos at this point than, like, stuff like Naked and Afraid. I don't know. I liked Man Tracker because that was just, like, really intense tag. That was a fun show. But I think Man Tracker is maybe the last show that, like, of that sort that I really enjoyed. Just because it is just very intense tag. That's disturbing. Thanks for sharing, hippie. That would make for a fun question. Outdoor Boys? I've seen some Outdoor Boys. I don't go out of my way to watch Outdoor Boys, though. You know, I'm actually just gonna bop that. Hey, Chet, can I get a round of beers so that we don't need to make people throw up in their mouth? And please cease sharing, Toasty. I don't need to see it at all in my chat anymore. The Forgotten Beast, Akmot, has come. A great blob composed of steam. Hello, Gabe Newell. It squirms and fidgets, and it has wings. It's a bubble. So they don't have custom or fancy colors yet because I haven't generated a new world, but they are more detailed. Mound of bears, sure. Although I feel like this is... The last one we had was made of snow. I was like, colors check out. And this one's made of steam. It's like, colors check out. Why is it gray? Because I haven't generated a new world yet. And also, because it's made of steam. What color is steam? Pretty sure that's the color of steam. Is it made of sails? No, but it is probably celebrating the sale. Well, if you type in this... You'll see a bunch more as well. If you look at that clip that's linked in that command. I mean, I started playing in this world at 1,050 years. Be funny if something actually managed to die to that Forgotten Beast. May have to turn off this water soon as well. So I just want it to block this off. We're also going up there. Might leave this side alone as is. Whoop. Frame rate's going thunk again. Does that when I'm doing this. I do have to say, today does seem like the most the internet's fucking breaking day we've had in a while. Trying to think, when was the last time the internet felt like it was just breaking? How's the lava situation going? We're trying to make it wet, but it's trying to make it the wetness into steam, so it's, you know, it's a back and forth. Slow progress. Slow but steady progress. All right, Killed with Style. Is officially getting booted out of the military. I am going to give that task I'm just gonna give it to somebody up top with skills. To this fish dissector, maybe. And also, let's throw you in. Killed with Style is getting booted out of the military because Killed with Style keeps on hurting people. And is clearly doing more problem than good. Aside from the part where he's repinning Bobby Kotick. I mean, he's killed one of my dwarves and is now throwing another tantrum. I mean, look, there he goes again. Not much style going on here, to be honest. High five for 5-stream streak, Shinobi. Thank you. Appreciate you. I say high five to that. Quit beating people up, dwarf. Although he's just like trying to pick up new clothing. Just really wants a new mitten. Now he's getting his shit kicked in. And now he's getting carried to the hospital. I kind of almost feel bad for this dwarf. Paddywhack, do you still love your job? Really likes beating people up. You do like your job. Does quite like his job. Meanwhile, Bambil, the sword master with the spear up there, is having to rest. So chat, when are you going to check out this new patch? You guys waiting for that hotfix? Because I honestly think that's probably the wise move from here, from what I've seen. That is probably the wise move, is to just wait for that hotfix. Because this is a little bit ridiculous. Ideally, like, Tarn will just have it fixed in, like, sooner than we realize. Like, I'm just going to tab over there any minute now, and he'll just be like, it's fixed. It's good to go. But now that the Mark Store's out, what are you guys looking forward to next from the Siege stuff? I'm still just, like, super keen to see the building. Is probably the thing that I'm the most keen on. Dave! Danger! The Warlock! It's good to see you. Thanks for the 20th month. We did give the dwarves a really long break to read, amongst other things. Let's finish this up. Actually, let's go here. And pull this lever. Because that'll close this. Let this stop flowing, because this is pretty much as far across as I need it to go. Because this is all blocked off now. Which is basically what I needed. You want to see them digging? You want some cool dwarf artillery? Yeah, I really hope Tarn ends up making that that crossbow bolt turret thing that he was talking about. That'll take a little bit to get done, but that's not a dwarf, is it? No, it's a troglodyte. I don't know why there's a mangled troglodyte there, but yeah, I doubt they're gonna sap in. Like, the way Tarn has kind of described it, it doesn't sound like they're going to sap in the same way they do in RimWorld, but it's gonna be curious to see what his solution is. That, to me, is the interesting bit. It's like, what is Tarn's solution to, you know, the design problem of sappers? Like, how do you make that fun and not just, like, a frustrating experience? Especially because, like, also, chat, can I get a round of beers for Dave Danger the Warlock? I know that we're, like, in lurk mode, but Can we get a round of beers? Please and thank you. Just post beers. Or dig until they meet stone or brick. I mean, there is part of me that just wants to make, like, here is just, like, an elevated off-the-ground container full of lava that is filled from above with, like, a singular wooden pillar holding it up. And just be like, go knock it down, see what happens. I do really want to do that. They're washing my other windows now. Yeah. I just started spraying water. Like, that's not my sink, is it? Yeah, like a boiling oil pot, but just like building one above ground. What's the verdict on the range changes so far? Thumbs up. But dwarves are eating and drinking in slow motion, which is a bit of a Lamau bug. It's not a huge deal. It's just kind of weird and a bit of a problem. Needs to be fixed. But aside from the nature of that bug, it's fine. It's actually really good. They train as you would expect them to. They operate generally as you would expect them to, which is nice. So I am currently in approval of Z update. Yeah, just a big-ass structure, or even just, like, a big-ass roof with, like, one single support in the middle. You know, just, like, a huge, like, 30 by 30 platform with, like, a single pillar in the middle. And then they go, dink, and they knock out that pillar, and then it goes, spff. Even if it only works once. I need to see that. I need to try it. Just flat. Although, you know what's gonna happen is they're not gonna break it. They're just gonna like walk right past you. You're like, God damn it. You send your soldiers out to go fight them, and then they break it when your soldiers are under it. Like the last goblin left is like, oh look, a wall. I'll take you with me. It's like genius. You know that's what's gonna happen, right? Like that is the end. That's the only natural way that can go. Looney Tunes shit? Yeah, no, I mean, most of Dwarf Fortress is Looney Tunes shit. We've been over this. Ah. I require additional gold. Time to do some prospecting. It would be funny to drop a whole fort on the invaders. I've kind of like tried to do stuff like that before, and it's never really worked. Kriegsmash sort of did that with that one ocean fort that he did. Ironically, like, the fort is less depressed than it was before this started happening. So, I mean, I've been having tantrums, but that's unrelated. This fort's been kind of upset for a while, and it's not actually related to what's going on with food. So I wouldn't trouble yourself too much with that, Drew. Probably actually, ironically, they were getting bored while drinking. Although I haven't looked at one in a while, but... Oh, this one's euphoric due to inebriation. No, I think it's just because, like, they're being forced to stand in the tavern more, and they're just, like, watching people sing. They're just, like, getting to see a lot of performances and socialize while it's drinking, because they do socialize while they're drinking. I'm gonna hotkey this right here so I don't need to keep finding it. Like F6. So yeah, it actually hasn't been that bad, moods-wise. It's an odd place to go harvest plants. How many dwarves actually need bedrooms right now? That's the reason a lot of dwarves are upset, is the lack of bedrooms. Or one of the reasons. Dave, Danger, Warlock, Friend, thanks for the 11 subscriptions. That's an oddly specific number. Thank you for gifting 11 subs. Oh, you wanted to be in top 3. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Well, thank you. I mean, worth it in that case. You're very kind. Although it's much easier to get top 3 in clips, I think, at this point. Oh, Jesus. That explains why 2 dwarves appeared dead. I think we just had a brawling under the influence. It's probably my tavern keeper's fault. Well, Jesus H. Christ. It's time for shit to all go south because everybody's injured and 2 of my bone doctors just died. Pompey McDarius is dead. Bismuth is dead. Cleoteeth is dead. That was quite the tavern brawl. Holy shit. Hold on, let me see. Doctoring jobs. I do have 1 doctor diagnosing patients. Holy shit. Percuss, thanks for the 15th month. Welcome back, dude. Well, that's one way to make the moods a lot worse. I mean, better. I mean, worse. That was fucking quite the tavern brawl. Do I, by chance, have more of these? No, I don't. And also, thank you, Percuss, very much for the raid. Appreciate you. How you been, dude? Chat room, can I get a round of beers for Percuss? And also, go follow him. He plays a bunch of Vintage Story. Let's check in on the doctoring tasks. I'm also just going to pause most of these jobs. We just had a tavern brawl of pretty catastrophic size and scale. This is actually pretty intense. I haven't seen one this big in quite some time. Although I should have unassigned that tavern keeper, so I guess that's kind of my fault. The depth is daunting? Well, it's just Minecraft in complicated mode. Well, looks like Minecraft, but is complicated mode, maybe more. Man, I'm sad Bismuth died. That was a good dwarf. Where's my Baron at? Totally fine. Well, I guess that's good. Doctor is diagnosing patient. True. Later on. Mods can definitely make things more daunting. Okay, we've got dwarves cleaning patients, giving stitches as well, and dressing wounds. Well, we had a tavern brawl. YouTube chat. That's what happened. Been good. Moved. Feeling a lot better as a result of the move. Me too. So you've been testing that out? How have I been? I've been all right. Things have been good. It's summertime, so kind of in low-key, just waiting for summer to end mode when it comes to stream stuff, but in general, life's been good. My tomatoes are growing real fast, and I play a lot of Dwarfort. We got a new patch this morning for Dwarfort, so right now they eat and drink in slow motion, which is really silly. But the good news is, aside from eating and drinking in slow motion, Mark's Dwarves got completely reworked. So that part's really cool. So it's kind of a... I'm not going to say it's a mixed bag. I mean, it's a good change, but it's also just kind of funny. I'm just going to... Oopsies. I don't know why it went up. According to this, I have enough tombs, although I find that kind of hard to believe. No, apparently they do have enough tombs. So they should get put away. Hello, T-Rex. But it's usually some variety of all of the mods. Well, I mean, at the very least, if you're playing with friends, they can, like, walk you through the basics, right? Like, isn't that kind of the idea of that? There we go. Got items getting placed in tombs. By at least 20% of your fort has been in the dining room. Yeah, they are eating at... They're supposed to eat and drink 100 times faster than they currently are. Because Tarn changed a bunch of... a bit of how time works. This actually isn't that bad. It's only 10 deaths. Tarn changed how time works for a few different things to do with crossbows, which apparently is what has made them eat and drink in slow motion, which I think is hilarious. Like, genuinely, I think that's hilarious. Well, first you buy a 3D printer, and then you get arrested, Yank. I think it happens in that order. Also got crimes being reported. Study of the Dwarven child. Okay, what did this child do? It's unsolved. It's like it's just disorderly conduct against a child. Well, I can accuse you of it. Reloading food into your mouth. You should do that. Starting a fist fight. Great. I think I know who caused this crime. Still starting a fist fight. Dude, do you have to do this, man? Why you gotta be this way? Got repairing compound fracture. By playing a different video game. You craft a 9mm by hitting this button, escape, on your keyboard, and then quit without saving, and then you install a game with content that has that. I'm not sure what response you're looking for here. That's not in the video game. Smile. Plus, they deserve a break. Yeah, I mean, it hasn't... I mean, this has been a negative on the fort. But that's because of, you know, the violence, not the... Not the actual, you know... this dwarf lost a nose. Not the actual drinking part. So, Yank, I have a question. Are you trying to be funny, or are you just here to disrupt and annoy people? Because if you're trying to be funny, it's not really landing, mate. You're gonna go grab dinner? We'll see you when I see you, dude. Oh, I'm sure it'll be fine. We've recovered from worse already in this fort. Also, the moods aren't that bad. We're okay right now. Like, it's not great, but... Not great, not terrible. Also... Where's Patty? Go chain up Moses, please. Did Arcloid survive the brawl? Arcloid did indeed survive the brawl. And our friend up here is guilty and humiliated. How long is your conviction here? "84 days. That's like shockingly short. They do work. They've worked for like years. Drew Scriver. If you want them to work, you just need to have no stockpiles where the dwarves can unload those items onto. So if you want them to work, you need to basically make the weapons for the dwarves in those squads, respectively, and then don't have places for the other dwarves to pick up those items and put them away. And then they work just fine. He didn't kill anybody, he just beat them up. He did do 200 days earlier in the fort for tantruming. So yeah, no, they do work. It's just if you have a stockpile for like that type of weapon. Usually what I do if I want them to use those is I move everything else out of the area. Speaking of, actually, I was gonna put armor stands and weapon racks in this one. I forgot that I'd made those. Thank you. Everybody lives outside in this fort, more or less. And our main project is in the Lava Sea. So that is a dwarf in this fort with a beard. How about this dwarf? Fountain Razor! Dave Danger, the Warlock Fountain Raiser, is impervious to the effects of stress, never feels discouraged, is quick to anger, not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, lives a fast-paced life, is quite polite, though he is troubled by this natural tendency in himself, as he finds dignified people stifling and silly. Thanks for being around to be gifted a dwarf, or a sub, sculpted one. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He is conflicted by this, he values artwork and its creation. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't care about much of anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill, and likes garnerite and resin opal, as well as leopard leather, amber, leopard leather, amber and cotton fabric, and picks and hatch covers and giant swans for their beauty. I like giant swan for their beats, though. The sight of the velvet meadows of impossible prefers to consume gray gibbon and rock nut oil, and absolutely hates snails. My favorite TV show of all time or recently? Probably Star Trek Next Generation of all time. Recently, probably The Expanse. I don't really watch a lot of TV, though. Although I'm currently watching Severance, and that's been entertaining. I don't generally watch a lot of TV, though. Oh, Kitchen Nightmares is probably up there, even though I'm aware that it's schlocky garbage. But it's my schlocky garbage, okay? You have a pet goose named Nix, and quite a few friends in the fort as well. DS9 is great. DS9's a close second. But I watched the Next Generation first, so. Next Generation was my first love. I say, go diagnose patients, please. There you go. The dwarf don't have no TV, Yank? What's your favorite stupid question that you've asked in the last 20 minutes? This one is probably mine. Good morning, Cellstars. How are you? Ask a stupid question, get a stupid answer, I suppose. How's everybody's favorite celery? Yeah, DS9 is my favorite mall cop drama. A forgotten beast named Zon has come, a giant one-eyed scorpion fly. It has a knobby shell, and it is ravening. Its gray exoskeleton is sleek and smooth. Beware, it's deadly dust! I am beware. Beware or be square. I do have a sense of humor, but it's clearly either not compatible with yours or you are just not funny. I mean, you've already asked me how to craft a 9mm for one. There's no joke there. You're just asking something that you know isn't a joke. And if that's funny to you, then like, whoosh. And then you asking what that dwarf's favorite TV show is? Sure. But I'm going to give you the dry, blunt, drob answer based on your dry, blunt, drob humor. And if you don't like that, well, quiet. That's a you problem, not a me problem. I think I'm hysterical. This thing looks like an ant. Thankfully, you haven't seen its uncle. But if you're so dense that you can't tell that I'm being sarcastic, then loosen up a little bit. Stretch. You got to run. When you get back, you'll hop on for a little more. I'm not sure if I'll still be on, because I'm trying to keep the streams around 8 hours these days. But we'll see when we see it, Gazoom. I'll be on tomorrow, though. Same dwarf time, same dwarf channel. Hopefully with the infinite consumption bug solved. Well. Wait, what? Oh, I see what that's doing. It's just clearing off the last of it. Appreciate it, Gazoom. You're hurriedly trying to cook up these salmon fillets for breakfast? Sounds tasty. Snazzy little breakfast. Okay. Trying to see, what's the area that I've already dug? So I dug out a chunk of an area of this up here. There it is. Salmon with garlic and lemon juice with mirin and soy sauce, soaked salt and chipotle. Sounds tasty. I'll take one, if you're sharing. One of my favorite old, consistently running jokes in Twitch chats and live streams was when one person's like, guys, I'm going to Subway. Anybody want anything? It's sort of like when somebody goes onto YouTube and is just like, hey guys, pause the video. I got to take a poop real quick. And then all the responses are just like, you back yet, bud? We're waiting. I mean, Chipotle is just a spice, right? You can do a lot with Chipotle. Not a space show, but you got into testing Hero with Max Miller recently. This also isn't a TV show, but I've been watching a lot of the B1M on YouTube. The B1M is pretty good. B1M is pretty great, actually. One of the better YouTubers in the existence. I couldn't give you an exact percentage, but we're past halfway, I think. At least for what I'm willing to do. I've got a bunch of hollowing out to do now. I'm confusing Chipotle with, what is it called? Paprika. That's what I'm confusing it with. My bad. My brain was just like paprika powder. I love how there's always just like one barely pronounceable chemical compound in things that are in. And also Fury Cake rice seasoning sounds like an upgrade that you get in the video game Fury. It's like, that's one of the New Game Plus upgrades, where you just get a cake for your head. It's just MSG. Yeah. I have a bag of MSG, like, sitting in my cupboard. It's the dark side of cooking. So I'm like a brain dead moron when it comes to pronouncing things, and when people like type it in phonetically, it just generally makes it worse. So I appreciate the attempted assistance. It's not gonna help. I've learned this over a very long career of chat going, blind, no, you're still saying it wrong. So now sometimes I like mispronounce things intentionally that I do know how to correctly pronounce that aren't English, just so the chat goes, blind, you're pronouncing. I'm aware that it's a Japanese word, thanks. This is true, Galupin. Jalapenos nuts. That's all I have to say to that. There is something very funny about seeing mud in the magma sea, though. I will agree with that. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I mean, you know, if anybody here is like appropriately allowed to explain it, Stone, a stone to that would be you. But yes, ha, Lapino. That's kind of how you wrote that. At least that's how I would pronounce that. Pronouncing that J as an H for like dramatic effect here. Seems like some of my one of my sheeps and a goat died of old age. Your brain is working at 75%. I only have 75% of a brain, so consider yourself lucky. If anything, you're working with an advantage here. Good news is we are working our way through all those injured. I would presume that people have said jalapeno many, many times. It's pronounced jalopy, okay? Having worked in fast food that had jalapenos on a burger at one point, I've definitely heard people say jalapeno. She also pronounced Wi-Fi Wi-Fi, so you know, honestly, some people just deserve a free pass in life. You're bashing your head against anime Dark Souls? At least it's bouncy. And has jiggle physics. At least it's presuming you're playing the game I think you're playing. Although, I can think of 3 anime Dark Souls, so are you playing the recent one? Or are you playing the other one? Because they're... I can think of at least 2 games that qualify as anime Dark Souls. There's probably one that I'm missing, too. No, she wasn't French, so she doesn't even get that, but that's actually kind of funny. Yes, Fi. Not to be confused with bonjour, Fi. But bonjour, Fi. There we go. Hi-Fi, right? Oh, you're playing Code Vein. Okay, so you're playing the old anime Dark Souls. Got it. Older anime Dark Souls. Speaking of old, Hobo, did you hear that, or did you see that this year's TwitchCon is the 10th TwitchCon? TwitchCon turns 10, like it's a decade of TwitchCons. I gained at least 15 gray hairs reading that this morning. I think that the Demons of the Underworld are still just Dark Shades YouTube chat, because I saw one in another save and it was just a black bug, basically. So I think that the demons themselves are still going to be the old Shades. Forgotten Beasts and Titans are what the patch specifies. For some reason, the elves are still trading with me, even though they've attacked me. So I guess I'm trading with a different elven faction. There you go, Rock of Fire. Everybody wins. Also, hello, Ratmost. How was we? Oh, did they? Sortak? Or Sotark? Huh. Well, I guess they didn't change retroactively. Do you have a screenshot of that? I'd love to see it. Because that's something I haven't seen yet. Like, if you're in my Discord, if you could plop a screenshot in there with, like, a spoilery, that would be cool. I'd be cool with that. There's a human thief here. Human thief, meet my pet grizzly bears. And bonk sticks. And is now overcome by terror, and the bears realize that you're a threat, and now you're getting chased by a bunch of bears. For some reason, I don't think this was the wisest decision this human has ever made. Although they're running pretty effectively away, so maybe they'll just go simply spread the word of how terrifying we are. You're waiting for that? Yep, there are some bugs that need to be ironed out. But hopefully everything will be functioning by tomorrow. Actually, I should check Discord. Tarn hasn't DM'd me again. I said bonk. As in B-O-N-K, not B-O-N-G. I mean, hey, smoke them if you got them, but like... This is a little bit tricky. Let's just dig you up and you up. You out this way. And this. And this. And that. I'm just trying to get all of this chiseled out so that we can actually reclaim these so-called underworld layers. Put a photo of... So we do have a food pics room for future reference. If you scroll down, that looks tasty. I would eat that. Greetings from the woodlands. We have much to discuss. We elves are partial. Wow, they're actually not pissed off with me this year? I mean, sure. How many can I chop down? 25. 61 trees. Oh yeah, that's plenty. Thank you. We'll take. Wait, Is it possible for channels to be hidden? I'm unaware of this. I join Discords so infrequently these days. I don't see rooms all the time. Will I build something in new areas? I kind of want to move the whole fort down here. It's kind of the long-term plan. And then just let the were creatures take over the surface, but we'll see if we actually get that far. Like, let my were dwarves live on the surface, and then everybody else can live down here. Is kind of the game plan I've been working with. There's a ton of rooms you're just not in. Today I learned I don't know how Discord works. If you have like Imager or something, I would... No screenshot, but they're all the same shade. Just texture. So the textures are more defined, but they're still shades. Okay, that's interesting. I look forward to seeing them then. We'll have to break into hell in this world. Take a peek. Uh-oh. 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 No, not cool. Bernie. Drew. Opposite of cool. Very hot, in fact. Up. Rip. Crispy. Oop. Yep. Well, there you go. I feel like that's probably a useful feature for somebody, but for a community channel like mine, it kind of makes no sense, but... Thank you for being better at figuring out Discord than me. This is actually something I've learned over recent history, is that I'm actually very behind on what the fuck Discord does and how Discord works. The reason I'm closing all of these is because these are all automated jobs that will just reassign themselves. Yeah, no, totally. And then also all the other Discords that I'm in are like for people who do my job for a living, mostly, so we generally don't need such things. Or rather, we don't really need moderation, because, like, you know, we're all kind of, we know each other already. Yeah, no, I mean, similar, right? I mean, my Discord server came from the Discord beta, so it's a very, very old Discord server. And I kind of just made it, and I've never fully gone through the process of updating every piece of it. Partially just laziness, and partially because, like, I don't know. If it ain't broke, don't fucking fix it. It's mostly just friendly talk and discussion. Gotcha. You know, that's cool. It's always a good time. Dwarf gets a surprise shower. Another forgotten beast. This one's named Zakath. Bani Mythicmasarak. Okay, this thing's killed things. It's got a very long name. A huge scaly toad. It has mandibles and it undulates rhythmically. Its scales are round and overlapping. Beware its poison gas. Look at that thing. They certainly look scalier now. Can you name this beast? What do you want to name it? Equu. It may go out and die really quickly. I mean, in adventure mode, dwarves have never been effective archers because dwarves can't make, like, arrows and bows. But they're very good at crossbows now in fortress mode. Horngon? Or Horngoer. That's an R, not an N. Horngore! Prefers to be alone. Doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. Tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and doesn't often experience strong cravings and or urges. Claims to be a friendly individual, and I disagree, and has an active imagination. Tends to avoid any physical confrontation and is quick to form negative views about things. He has a sense of humor, and he tends to not go out of his way to help others. And he's a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, especially when he's decided to stab you to death with his horn. He does not mind in changing his mind about things. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him because he wants to kill you, and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. Of course, he's a toad. He's got 6 notable kills, all humans, a goblin, and a elf, and has killed a lot of things in pure evils. They deserved it. In real life, we call that Twitter. No problem, Equu. Sounds like a whimsical person. I mean. Horngore. Good luck, Horngore, on your future endeavors. Only 2 dwarves carving ramps. I mean, the Discord part is just like, you know, the best part of his day, frankly. How's our Baron doing? He's preparing lavish meals. Sometimes I just don't like something, our Baron says. He's afraid reliving trauma and mulling over the reoccurring activity has made him change his mind about things. What's this trauma? Learned to disdain sacrifice. Learned to become more hateful. And learned to value peace. Is that not a contradiction? Became more altruistic and disdained perseverance. Learned to value power. And is now reliving new trauma. And that miner's been missing out for a week because I dropped him into the lava. Oh, I missed the end. Still learning this new keyboard. Or getting used to this new keyboard. I seem to recall your name, but let me double check. Recently got into day off like a week ago. You got like 100 hours played. When was this? 2 days ago? I seem to recall seeing that, yeah. Well, something like that. I recall your username, so I definitely saw it. I don't know if I responded to it. The problem that I have, Paddywhack has been founded? Wow, there goes my captain of the guard. Somebody just assassinated the, like, head of the guard. That's kind of grim. Must have died in some sort of cave-in or something. Or got covered in lava and water. Wow. Why One Piece specifically? What does why does One Piece affect you like that in Dwarfort? Well, this is grim. Thinking about modding DF, see how far you get with it. Learn Lua! May have just caught fire. Oh, DF means devil fruit. Ah. This is like how I get confused whenever people say PoE. It's like half my chat means power over Ethernet. Somebody's talking about Path of Exile, and somebody's definitely talking about Pillars of Eternity. I love how like every fandom has like a different thing that's like, this is the same as this and this, but not this. That's not the tool I wanted. This is the tool I wanted. Yeah, Edgar Allan. Did you know they made a sequel to Edgar Allan? That's the crazy part here, man. What's up, Corlin? Yet some more unfortunate morons, I mean, migrants have arrived. You're an animal caretaker. Dreams of bathing the world in chaos. Hello. Somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, stubborn in changing his mind about things. You don't see that one very often. Has a pet peacock. I mean, or yeah, has a pet peacock. That's very funny to me. Oh well, welcome to the fort. Make that dwarf royalty immediately. I mean, I was thinking captain of the guard, but that's already taken. So I could do like... Oops, that's not what I wanted. Dungeon Master. Dreams of bathing the world in chaos. Checks out? I think so. Of course I select a dwarf that's pissed! Dun 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 dun. Alright, well, that'll do for right now. Vampire? Nah, super unlikely as vampire. No, I mean, because creatures aren't born vampires. They're born with a goal. So them having a crazy goal like dreams of bathing the world in chaos, like I must defeat chaos or whatever the fuck, is... So them dreaming of bathing the world in chaos is completely unrelated to them having a curse. Like it's a correlation, not causation thing. Like it's funny when they have both, but they are completely unrelated. But vampires will say that they have no kills usually. Like it usually will just show up blank. I'm just a bit too glossy right now, so I'm just turning down the brightness here. I was starting to look like I was reflecting a beam of from the sun, which I'm certainly not. Does it still say 0 kill? Because I've certainly had them that don't. They did for a while, and that was a bug. And they do again when you interrogate them. But do they have them when they arrive? Because I don't think they do. Unless that's still an ongoing thing, which that kind of sucks. Because I thought that was fixed. It did definitely do that at one point, though. I'm totally aware I could be wrong, but I was under the impression that got fixed. I will also just reiterate that that is a bug if that is still happening. So that shouldn't happen. So gonna get all of this gold mining going because I found a bunch of gold. Got a weaponsmith who's been taken by a Fey mood. Well, that's exciting. No complaints there. I read somewhere on the web that being a vampire or a necromancer in adventure mode prevents you from increasing certain skills. Is that true? Yes. Well, skills no, attributes yes. So like dwarves can get stronger with time. And they can also get better at aiming a bow and arrow or better with an axe. A vampire can get better with an axe, but they can't get stronger. So, like, these are attributes. These are skills. Vampire can gain skill. Necromancer can gain skill. Necromancer can't gain new attributes. So, like, if you go... is it personality? Don't actually know where they've hidden that in this menu these days. I know it's surfaced somewhere, or it used to be. I actually don't entirely know, now that I think about it. Anyway, it is right there, but... Must have metal bars, tanned hides, etc. Goes for metal bars. Grabs silver. Man. Killed with style. You're becoming a real problem. Really tempted to just lock you on the roof. We're about to get hit by ads, so I will pause the game when it hits. You want to see how effective a rhinoceros person is with a bow? I mean, you can't really get more effective than, he's already dead! Which I feel like is kind of where that would be, but... I mean, hey. I don't blame you. Yes, they can, sort of. They're not that hard to manage. Just watch my video on vampires. They're just kind of a pain in the ass and not actually that fun to play is the problem. They're just fiddly and require a lot of micro, but you can absolutely do it. If you like fiddly micromanagement, maybe managing vampires is for you. Otherwise, be smart and set them on fire when they show up in your fort. They also want a Rangers Guild. Well... Got silver and leather. They need yarn. Silk. Why is it always silk? It's bones. It's bones. It's bones! It's always bones! Just eating things I don't need or want. We're in an ad break, so I'll just stare at this one dwarf so you guys don't miss much. Hey, bones for the bone throne, skulls for the skull god. Yadas for the yada dada. But yeah, I really am like gonna mark my calendar that this update came out, them fixing Mark Dwarves, because in 6 months, people are gonna be tuning in and asking if they fixed Mark Dwarves yet. In 5 years, people are gonna be tuning in and asking if they fixed Mark Dwarves yet. They're also gonna still be asking if they need to be worried about cats getting drunk. So, you know. It's gonna be a fun next decade. But I'm very glad that this is now fixed. It is a better... Oh my god, did somebody actually... I don't actually know what killed that. Did you die due to lack of alcohol, or did you die of something else? Okay, fuck it, I need to know. Oh, succumb to infection. Okay, that makes sense. That definitely happened from the fighting then. That's unfortunate. They are... Wait, they are fixed Mark Dwarves yet? Yes, they are indeed fixed the Mark Dwarves yet. Just in case you didn't know. I'm also just actually going to do out all this too. Oh, I've got it. I was like, why is this not working? I've got it set to mine, not channel up. I've got it set to automate instead of channel. It's a Ruby cluster. Don't really want to dig through that, but I do want to get this lava out. Also kind of want to get this lava out. That lava's a little bit risky to dig into. I'm thinking... We'll just do that. But did they add Z levels? I always return to this one because I think it's very funny. When Dwarf Fortress released on Steam, there was a person who was streaming Dwarf Fortress. And to their credit, they were trying to help their friend learn Dwarf Fortress for the first time. So all credit to this person. No shade, but this is really funny. And I go into their stream, and they're learning to play Dwarf Fortress. You know, they've never played the game before. Pretty simple, pretty fair. And maybe a little safer with that. And so they're sitting there talking about how they, like, yeah, no, I played a lot of Dwarf Fortress, blah 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 blah. Like they've played tons of the game. They have so many hours, and but it's been a while. But they spent a lot of time playing Dwarf Fortress. And then the guy starts digging into the side of the wall, and he digs a square about, I don't know, like maybe that big. And the guy says, "Oh, dig it about a third of that size." He goes, "Oh, why?" And he goes, "It'll cave in." Meaning he hasn't played the game since at least 2007. Maybe 2006 even. Because that's how long ago that was removed from the game. All right, run really quickly, little dwarf. I said really quickly. Why didn't you run really quickly? You had one job. You didn't run really quickly. Well, such a shame. Oh, not even that dwarf. Oh well, we'll see that one dead soon. At least we'll be able to drain a bunch of that out. Oh, now they saw it. Damn, that's a lot of lava, actually. He might have just not realized that the cave-in isn't there anymore. Oh no, he then went on to say that he probably hasn't played the game since 2009, which, you know, honestly, fair. But I just, whenever people are talking about, like, you know, this game's really old and has been around for a really long time, so it's totally fair. Like, if somebody thinks that something has changed but hasn't, like, that is a super fair, like, problem to have, especially for a game that's been around as long as this. So I'm not knocking the guy at all. I just genuinely think it's really funny. And it's also not even, like, a problem with games. It's just kind of like how people communicate knowledge. Like, it's almost a human character study in a way. Yeah, I don't know. I just think it's interesting and kind of funny. Yeah, I don't know. Like, the game has evolved a lot over the years. Okay, Muthcats. Also, beekeeper's been found dead. SH. And the beekeeper is Zulban. What's her last name? Ah, you also caught fire. Well, checks out. There's also now just a bunch of diamonds on fire. Well, so for reference, the lava sea used to go all the way up to here. So I've cleared it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 layers. That's actually kind of a lot. So we are making good progress, if nothing else. I also just need to dump some buckets of water onto that. Yeah, but they also have some unique ones later on. And also, aren't the sprites bigger? "10 minutes ago, new update, hold up. Let me save and return to title. And also check Discord. Tarn hasn't sent me anything, but apparently the game has updated, so I am going to restart the video game. Well, I know for a fact some of them are smaller later on. I think some of them are also bigger, though. Sotark, that version of the game, in my opinion, I kind of wish was available as like a nightmare mode. Like, I wish that was a setting in Advanced World Gen, because Sotark in YouTube chat is saying that they still have a version of the game back where boogeymen could spawn anywhere in adventure mode. I kind of wish that was just a toggle, you know, because now they only show up in very specific evil biomes. It would be really cool if they could just toggle that on or off. For people who just, like, want death worlds, you know, it's like, do you want to play in a Dark Souls world? Yes. No. Maybe so. And also, by the way, I should mention this at least once, because I haven't. My next project, which is a video I'm working on, let's show a snippet of it. It's because it's super easy and I can, and it's right here. Isn't Dwarf Fortress related, but I still want to shout it out. Hello, friend. Hey, hearing my own voice. Careful, you're about to get a me jump scare, but I'm also about to restart Dwarf Fort, so. See, it's a me jump scare. Friends, because I'm one of those weird people on the internet who makes videos of things that I like and talks about them, I've been put into a really privileged position. I get to spend as many hours as a human can reasonably spend scrolling around and looking for new video games, be that in my email or one of the various platforms where you can buy video games. But Anyway, making a video about Doom the Roguelike encountered a roadblock over the past few years. I'm extremely picky. And perhaps this is because I'm getting older, having reached my 30s, or because I've simply spent years honing my taste in video games and wanting some very specific things filled. You could say that I have some very specific tastes that I've honed over a very long career. It also makes it very difficult for me to throw wads of cash at games that I kind of know I'm not gonna like just from the get-go. Or alternatively, you have things that I do like about them, but then end up being bothered by future decisions that they make as time goes on. So it's pretty rare that I grab a game and latch onto it, but when I do, oh boy, it's something I stick with. So that's my next project. Just a thing, just a teaser. Now let's get Dwarf Fortress started up again because it's probably updated now. Well, it's updating actually. And it's done updating. Now it's starting. Oops. Bruh, what? You can click and drag games on Steam? Today I learned. Yeah, apparently DFAC isn't updated now, but... Well. Wait, Ivan was updated? Are people updating Syl as well? Someone should update Infra Arcana, because Infra Arcana is cool. Okay. Let's see how this dwarf is doing. So let's go drink. Eh? 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 Eat? Oh, that's ear. Thank you, Tarn. Thank you, Tarn. You know, honestly, that's a pretty quick turnaround. I gotta say, like, that's a pretty quick turnaround. Like, when did we find this bug? It was like... maybe 4 hours ago? Like, I'm gonna just look at... when did I send him that first DM? 12 o'clock, and it's what, 4 p.m.? 5 p.m.? Quarter to 5? That's pretty good, actually. 12:45 was when I sent him, and he responded at 1 o'clock. 1 a.m. or 1 p.m., not 1 a.m. 1 p.m. he responded. So 4 hours and 42 minutes later, bug fixed. Dwarf grabs goblet. And then dwarf drinks for 45 minutes, right? No, that's much more normal. Okay, cool. Hallelujah. Look at this. Peace at last. We've successfully saved the fortress, friends. Look at all of these dwarves just like running down to go construct stuff now. There's just like so many free hands to complete tasks. Ah, glorious. Glorious. I mean, the frame rate's still seizing, but that's because I'm draining the lava sea, not related to Tarn. Absolutely glorious. If you want the new colors for the sprites, yes. Then you need a new world. If you don't care about colors, then it doesn't matter. this back here is going to become a meeting area. And this is going to be my ranger guild. And this, we're going to go into here. Got 17 gold tables. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No. Get rid of that last one. So that the numbers are more even. What do I have for statues? Oh, just the one that needs to go on the stairs. We've determined this. The statue of meatballs. Wait, what? I thought that was going to be a meatball statue, but I suppose not. Let's also go here and accept this. Let's throw some bookcases up in here so that they can study the art of archery. And we got a silver spear artifact, which is named No Bang Fak. Anyways, so the second name is Thadgul. NOBANGFAK is what it's called. I think I should go to bed. I've been awake too long. I slept too little last night. It's also a spear, which is pretty funny. Anyway, it would be better if it was like a scepter. Anyway, this dwarf offers it to the enjoyable knowledge. Enjoy this knowledge. All right, which one of you gets no bang fack? What are you wielding? What is your weapon, dwarf? That is very funny. There's also just like books fucking everywhere in here. It's like somebody just threw books everywhere. Somebody must have actually tantrumed in here and threw books everywhere. That must have actually been what happened. What, that artifact? No bang fack? Clino? Also, chat, if you haven't yet, update your game. The eating food in slow motion bug is fixed. I am glad that we got to witness that, though. The whole eating food in slow motion thing. That was just getting to read the text that Tarn sent me of they are eating food and drinking booze in slow motion is maybe one of the funniest things I've read in a while in regards to Dwarf Fortress bugs. Like, truly one of the funnier things I've read in a minute. Speaking of good, wholesome fun, has anybody else found any fun bugs? Clino, or is it just us so far today? We are kind of like the Twitch community for Dwarf Fortress is kind of like the day one patch finding or bug finding community. In a lot of ways. And now I'm watching some wrestling, so sounds fun. Every week a friend of ours watches American wrestling and picks out matches for us to watch together. Oh, that's neat. I love communal viewing of thing. It makes viewing of thing better than non-communal viewing of thing. Sorry, you were out. Oh, did you miss that bug then? Oh, so chat, how do we explain this to Clino? Tarn changed how time works for loading and reloading crossbows, and apparently somehow him changing that part of the code made it so that dwarves would eat and drink in slow motion. Essentially, dwarves were consuming food so slowly that they were getting hungrier faster than they were actually eating. Everything was working at 1/100th of the speed. So about 2/3 of my fort at any given time was eating and or drinking. And just like satisfied and kind of bored. It's like everybody was eating, it's like the only food stuff we had was rice, and they were eating them with chopsticks, 1 grain of rice at a time. And the way they were drinking water was with an eyedropper, or alcohol was with an eyedropper. It was just... all the celery and unbuttered popcorn you can eat. Totally, yeah. They gotta contemplate their life's choices while chewing. Your all-time favorite silver sword you had from an elvish civ with name translated to the pair of nuts. Oh, that's pretty good. So, Swordhawk in YouTube chat said that their all-time favorite silver sword was found from some elvish civ whose name translated to the pair of nuts. P-E-A-R. I think my all-time funniest artifact I ever had was the Pink Impaler. Which was a pink tourmaline. I think it was a pale impaler, actually, but it was a pink tourmaline, scepter. But it was made of pink tourmaline, and we laughed pretty hard. I think, like, when Dwarf Fortress is accidentally 18+ is when it's the funniest. You know, it's like apples to apples and Cards Against Humanity. I don't find Cards Against Humanity even remotely funny. I think that game is just like fucking drivel and like intolerable and just makes me want to punch whoever I'm playing the game with. However, apples to apples, fucking hilarious because like everything is just like safe for a 6-year-old on paper, but when you get a bunch of grown-ups playing that game, everybody's like, I'm gonna make a funny joke. It's more like NSFU, not safe for Eurist. Although the funniest location ever found in Dwarf Fortress was a kobold cave, and its name was just a bunch of nonsense, but it translated to Dung's Depths, the Naughty Hole. Which, also pretty A+. Wait. Like, in the bug today, they were sleeping too fast? Hold on. So they were sleeping too fast and eating too slow? What? That's what you gather from looking over chat? Like, I'm presuming you're talking about, like, the Kitfox Discord, right? I'm gonna go take a peek. Unless you're talking about like some sneaky secret Discord chat. I don't see anything about it. Okay, the secret one. The one that I'm not allowed in. It doesn't matter how many cool community points you get. You're still not allowed in certain chat rooms. But no bang fuck is pretty good. Although I do wonder, what does no bang fuck translate to? Dismal drains. So if you want to name something no bang fuck, dismal drains. I like the reverence of voids. Or the torrid waves. Or the brutal door, which is a pair of pants, by the way. The fragrant princess is that cloak. That's a pretty good one. The negative echo. That's funny. And too sleepy to eat. So they're, because they were all drowsy. I was noticing a lot of drowsy dwarves, but I didn't really put two and two together there. I thought they were just trying to eat, and it was like, uh-oh, Belug's ghost, apparently. I thought they were just like taking too long to eat and getting tired, but that's really funny if they were sleeping too fast and just not getting enough sleep, because that's me IRL today. All right. But yeah, we're making some really good progress. Let's see if I can get some more. Oops. I'm getting some FPS hitching, though. I need to figure out what's causing that. An ad break's about to start, so I'm just going to do this for a little bit. It's like Dwarf Fortress patched, and what did the dwarves get? An eating disorder and insomnia? A drinking problem, an eating disorder, and insomnia? It's kind of the result. Maybe I'm getting too real with my analogies here. This is like when you start laughing and then the laughing just turns into crying after a bit. We're in an ad break. We're just doing construction stuff, so you're not missing much. Value of this. 'Tis indeed a successful guild hall. Let's see if I can pop some more of these down. It's called, it's like the opposite of the mindset grind set. You know, Dwarf Fortress is one of those games where sometimes when it has bugs, like, it's just like, wow, that is just actually too real. And I guess that's kind of what happens when you have, like, representations of believable characters in a video game that are also, like, kind of expendable and could just die. And, you know, a bug could be the difference between whether or not they live long, happy lives or just die in suffering. And if you're wondering why I'm deconstructing all these walls, it's because I gotta replace them with smooth ones. These are all boulders, rough walls. Here comes that memorial. B-Lug's been put to rest. Priority 2. It's probably enough for right now. The chat room. We've been streaming for 8.5 hours. Today I have a thing I have to go pick up, and I have 1 hour to go get it. And it takes me about 15 minutes to get there. So I think now is probably a pretty good time for us to start winding down. We will be streaming tomorrow. I was going to stream something that wasn't Dwarf Fortress tomorrow, but because the patch came out, we'll be playing this fort. I will be messing around a bunch with... what's it called? More of the, you know, Marksdorf stuff tomorrow. And we'll also start tomorrow off with a little bit of a arena mode and mess around with the new Marksdorf aiming stuff, because you can play as a single character in arena mode. And honestly, that seems like a pretty good way to do it, because I don't feel like doing a full adventure. So we'll start off tomorrow with a little bit of arena mode. Ideally, tonight I'll get a patch notes video out for you guys, so there should be a news video tomorrow morning about the patch, especially now that the hotfix is out, and hopefully that also fixed the adventure mode stuff, but we'll have to mess with that. So I'm going to save now, and YouTube chat, I'm going to shut you guys down first. However, if you'd like to come raid somebody with us, pop over... Oh, I'm like blurry. What the fuck? Weird. Anyway, if you want to come raid somebody with us, we'll be streaming... We'll be going in and raiding somebody who's probably playing Dwarf Fort. There we go. That fixed it. I turned autofocus on and off again, and now it fixed itself. We're going to probably go raid somebody who's playing Dwarf Fort. So if you want to raid somebody, pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, I will see you tomorrow. Same Dwarf time, same Dwarf channel for more of the stuff. Sakamura, thanks for the 10th month. Appreciate you. But cheers to everybody who tuned in today. And hopefully tomorrow there's less hiccups. More burps, you know, as you do. Cheers, YouTube folks. We'll see you on the flip.